whispered secrets in the night, chasing dreams and fleeting smiles, lost ourselves in midnight miles. Stars reflected in her eyes, moonlight's kiss where darkness lies. Steps we took beyond the day, night turned dreams to shades of gray. Kiely Rodni in the air, echoes dance without a care. Through the shadows, through the light, we'll remember every flight. Silent roads and hidden ways, moments pass like summer days. Every heartbeat, every fight, promises of endless night. Time moves on, but hearts remain. Fingers trace through drops of rain. Laughter lingers soft and sweet, memories that time can't beat. Kiely Rodni in the air, echoes dance without a care. Through the shadows, through the light, we'll remember every flight. Kiely Rodni in the air, echoes dance without a care. Through the shadows, through the light, we'll remember every flight.
Breaking news out of Placer County. 16-year-old Kiely Rodni.
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 Kiely Rodni is
Kiely Rodni.
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 Kylie 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 Rodni. Kylie Rodni.
Kiely Rodni.
Kylie Rodni.
Kiely Rodni.
Kylie Rodni.
Kiely Rodni.
Kylie Rodni. Kylie Rodni. Kylie Rodni.
Kiely Rodni.
Kylie Rodni.
Kylie Rodni.
Kylie Rodni. Kylie Rodni.
Kiely Rodni.
Kiely Rodni.
Kylie Rodni. Kylie Rodni.
Kiely Rodni.
Kylie Rodni. Kylie Rodni.
Kiely Rodni.
Kylie Maya Rodni.
Kiely Rodni.
Kylie. Kylie.
Kiely Rodni.
What's up, y'all? How's everybody doing? It's been a long time since I've been on this channel, huh? How's everybody doing? Oh, I'm not used to wearing headphones again. I'm really not. I like OBS because it doesn't require, I can mute myself better on OBS, but we're not using OBS tonight. For anybody that wants to come up on panel, just catch up, shoot the shit. Wow. I go through some things. I know there's many of you that do not follow my other channel. So if you want me to kind of explain what I did this morning, I was going to get into what led me to all of the documentation I've been reading. I was going to go through that. And then right after I ended my live, I got a notification that I had an email from CHP and that there were files ready for me. I honestly thought that they were going to be the call logs. I totally forgot that I put this really long-winded FOIA request in, which I have a feeling I'm going to be getting a lot more files from them. Today, I was dropped 19 files. I'm going to sort this by date. That way I can just name off the top what all I got. For whatever reason, they sent me another one of her autopsies, and I opened it briefly. Didn't her autopsy, y'all, say that it was an accidental drowning? Because this one, that's not what it says. Anyway, so I got resent her autopsy. I also got sent this file called Air Ops. Those are the CAD logs. Which, why do I have more CAD logs? These are CAD logs redacted. So we have a drone 1, a drone 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. We have Honda EDR redacted, Honda FBI inspection redacted, Honda inspection in tow yard 1 redacted, Honda inspection at tow yard 2 redacted. Then we got photos 1 and photos 2. We got a photos 3, a photos 4, and a photos 5 all redacted. Then I got the Rodni final. I think I re-downloaded that one on accident because that's a CHP report. And then we have scene 1 redacted and scene 2. But if you all want... Okay, so did everybody hear the letter that I am putting together? If you have not heard the letter and you want me to read, you guys can steal this from me. I'm going to be posting it on X. I have a lot of people telling me that this letter is good as it is right now. I just feel like there could be a little bit more push to this letter. If you would like me to read it, put a 1 in chat. If not, we will just move right along. How is everybody doing? I really don't know, KDP. I really don't know. Y'all want me to read it? Okay. This is a long... Well, it's not really that long-winded. I've read a lot longer shit. And y'all are here for it. So that's awesome. We got 19 people in chat. We got 19 FOIA requests today. I'm okay with that number, but it's already climbing. All right, so the letter I wrote today will be on this here website. So pretty much, I'm just going to give you an idea of what put a fire in my ass to even start writing this morning. So I went back to a Theo Vaughn video with a coroner out of Louisiana. If you guys have not watched the video, I can always share the link with you. I'm pretty sure that it's in a community post. I highly recommended people watch it. I know I've put at least one short out with this. He's a death investigator. He's above a coroner, but he works with the coroners, the sheriffs, and stuff like that. And he even claims that a sheriff and a coroner should not have the same system connection, you know? It should be 2 totally different offices, and I absolutely agree with that 110%. So, I was doing research for like the past 2 or 3 weeks. I've been doing a lot of reading. The archives are back up. I love my reading. I love education. I really didn't want to have to get into the political side of it, but here we are. Here we really are. I honestly, I'm going to admit, I only a little bit know what I'm doing. I'm hoping by starting this letter, I don't care what branch of legislature we get this to, it's eventually going to have to go before the Senate, and that's my goal. So, Dear members of the California Board of Supervisors, this is who I'm sending it to first. I'm not sending it to Placer County Board of Supervisors because I hear they're absolute shit. No offense. This is my channel. This is my opinion. This is my speculation. It's all at the beginning of my video. It's also in my description. It's the first thing I say. This is all just my opinion based upon the information that you guys allow me to see. I am writing to you concerning a matter of utmost urgency and moral imperative regarding the structure of the sheriff-coroner system across California within the county's death investigation system. The current integration of sheriff and coroner duties in many California counties has led directly to significant injustices, repeated instances of potential corruption, and clear conflicts of interest, especially in cases involving minor children and inmates. This letter demands your immediate support for a Senate bill aimed at separating these roles and establishing an independent State Department medical examiner or coroner. The need for systemic change, the integration of sheriff and coroner duties have repeatedly compromised the integrity of death investigations. The cases of Michael Shane Younger, where his initial cause of death was misattributed, where initial coroner findings under the sheriff-coroner system were later contradicted by independent autopsy. Paisley Woodard, who was hit and killed by a motorist and her case being mishandled with a slap on the wrist. Kiely Rodni, whose death investigation and autopsy faces public scrutiny for potential mishandling. Trinity Backus, where discrepancies in her autopsy result were noted by professionals. The death of Amy Morris, whom was wrongfully arrested, detained, and later died from untreated head trauma while alone in a holding cell awaiting her court hearing. These are stark reminders of how this system can fail the most vulnerable among us, and it becomes evident that the integrity of the death investigations are compromised. Y'all want me to keep going? These incidences underscore a systemic problem where conflicts of interest can lead to corruption, or at the very least, the appearance of it. Right? Right. Okay, so far my key points of concern are the conflicts of interest. The dual role inherently conflicts when law enforcement actions are under investigation or auditing. This can result in altered or incorrect death classifications to protect law enforcement or to avoid scrutiny. That's what's happening. Okay, so public trust and accountability, that's something that's super important in all systems. The public's faith in both law enforcement and the justice system is severely undermined when the integrity of death investigations is in question. This is particularly damaging in cases involving minors and inmates, where transparency and accountability are paramount. Okay. Inaccurate death certifications in several counties, the sheriff's coroner's determination of cause of death has been contradicted by subsequent independent reviews, leading to wrong legal outcomes and affecting the lives of many. This is my main home. That's what's up, Steph. Our demands for reform. 1, legislative action. I implore that you introduce, support, and pass a Senate bill and amend SB 1303 to legally mandate the separation of the sheriff and the coroner's roles. This would eliminate the inherent conflict of interest and ensure impartiality in death investigations. 2, the establishment of independent medical examiners. To advocate for the appointment of a State Department medical examiner or coroner, selected based on their expertise in forensic pathology, and it cannot be political or law enforcement affiliations. That's the biggest part of the problem right here. This would ensure that death investigations are conducted with scientific rigor and ethical independence. Once I finalize this letter, I want you all to share it with whatever part of legislature that you can, whether it's in the state of California, your own State Department, Senate, just to get senators' attention so that the boards look at it. So it goes before the court. I think I read that one. Oh, no. 3, oversight and transparency. Implement mechanisms for ongoing accountability, including mandatory reviews of controversial cases by an independent body to safeguard against future misconduct or errors. I want to edit 3. There's more I want to add to that. Benefit of reform. It would cause restoration of public confidence. And that's where I'm at. Like, it's just, I see so many Americans that are just losing confidence in our own system, and it shouldn't be that way. We pay them to work for us. It's not they create all these laws and we're their slaves or we have to abide by whatever they're telling us. No, they work for us. And I think that's where most people don't understand. It is their job. We pay them with our taxes to do their jobs that they took an oath for, whether it's political or law enforcement. An independent coroner system would restore and maintain public trust, especially in high-stakes cases involving law enforcement accountability. It would bring justice for victims. Accurate and unbiased death investigations would lead to more just legal outcomes, providing closure and justice for families like those of the Youngers, Woodards, Rodneys, Backus, and Morris. It would also protect vulnerable populations, ensuring that the deaths of minors and inmates are investigated without bias, and would directly address the failures that we have witnessed. I urge you to act with urgency in this matter that it demands. The lives of our citizens, especially the young and those in custody, depend on your leadership and commitment to reform. And that's what it is. Our system needs a reform. And this is what I'm hoping to do. Please support this necessary legislation to ensure that no more families suffer due to a flawed system. Thank you for your attention to this critical issue. I look forward to your positive response and action. And then you guys can sign it. You can leave a contact if you want to. You don't have to. That part's optional, but you're going to want to put the date on it. You always want your name and the date on everything. And then I'm going to include a bunch of links. And I think what I'm also going to do is go through, there's a lot of names that I have, and I think I want to list them on here as far as deaths that need reinvestigated. True story. All right. Now we got to move on because there's a lot of shit, y'all. I don't know if some of this is going to be duplicates. I have a feeling, even in these 19 files, I don't think we're going to see pictures of anywhere near the beyond that back seat. I just have a feeling. If this stuff is duplicates of what I've already done a live on, I'm just going to keep scrolling through it. I mean, it's going to be a lot of scrolling through anyway. So we're just going to start with the first one. Oh, and I highly recommend y'all get Foxit Reader. It's a PDF reader. It's way better than Adobe. It doesn't use a lot of system resources. And it surely doesn't use no 1.5 gigs of freaking space to read PDFs or edit them or highlight them. Foxit's the way to go. Anyway. All right. So, this is the day they pulled her out of the water, man. This poor kid. Already looking at this picture, if anybody wants to come up on panel and discuss anything that we're looking at, you are more than welcome to come on panel. I don't often use StreamYard anymore, so make use of it if you would like. Miss G, Ara, anybody, you're more than welcome. Steph, anybody, you're welcome to come up here if you want to chat. What bothers me is the errors in all of these reports. Like, every single report has a serious numerical, I mean, it's both alphanumerics, but there's a lot of discrepancies in this. It's like, I don't know. Just looking at the final results, and they're telling us that she beelined it based upon SF's fire cam footage, which, oh, we got a Donner thingy on here too. Hold up. Did I finish naming these? Dude, where is... I know that's new too. Why isn't it... It's a video. Hold up. this is it right here. So I also got the Donner fire cam the whole night of the 5th into the 6th and into, I think it's the very morning hours. This I did look at, and I'm really curious about why they redacted that little snippet of the morning. I am curious about that. All right, Elle, let's look at this. So they're telling us by the final report, which there's some wonky shit in that she beelined it straight down this. This is what they're saying in the final report. I want to know what the hell they was snooping over here. Man, I was looking at a news video. I've been going through all of her case from start to finish, and then I'll pick parts, and then I'll look at the end, and I'll be like, something doesn't make sense from the beginning. And then I just find all the discrepancies, and they got some explaining to do. I'm sorry. There might be a lot of information that they don't have to report to the public, but there's a lot that they still have to. They're not telling me just based upon looking at this picture. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more incredible pictures. They're not telling me. I mean, they are telling me. What they are telling me is that from the 6th to pretty much the 15th, 16th, they drew back, but they still kept looking for her. And then they made a brief appearance on the 18th, 19th, nothing to be heard of. And then boom, the 21st, they were there, but they don't want to show you any of the drone above the car, not directly above it. They'll give you all the documentation of after they pulled the car out, and they want you, it's like this propaganda machine shows you what you think you want to see so that the narrative that they're telling you that you buy the bullshit. And I just don't buy the bullshit. I've been looking at these tracks right here, comparing them to SF's drone footage from the 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, whatever day he's claiming that that's from. His metadata on it will say when it's from. And then also AWP's, both of their videos, both murder or accident, and then also the hot air balloon ride from Josh Cantu. But these tracks are interesting. These tracks here are very interesting because what you'll notice from the very, very, very beginning of the documentation of Prosser Lake, these deep rutted tracks are there. And I'm going to assume, based upon the drone footage from numerous people going, I guess, on vacation or just documenting it just because, or going fishing and documenting it. I haven't found any footage that shows those deep ruts right here where this hand is. I don't know if you could see these ruts. I'm sure we'll see them. These deep ruts that I'm going to keep pointing out appeared between the 5th and the 6th. And they stayed there. And my point is being that if Kiely Rodni drove herself off this point, which this is what you're claiming, that the water was this high and that she beelined it straight down off this, which, man, this fire mark here bothers me as well, that she nose dived so hard off the end of this while in neutral from the hatch of her car. Okay. She sped drunkenly down this hill, flipped upside down. And when you guys see the damage of this car, it's really crazy that you can't see the VIN number of it either. It's very odd. All right, let's keep going. But what's crazy about the CHP final report is in their documentation, which matches what AWP said, was her car was approximately 60 feet from shore. Okay. And one of every of the CHP report, I think it's the final CHP report. It says that she was found 200 feet. Well, was she? 200 feet from where? From her last ping? Where did you find her that you found her 200 feet offshore? Where? I got questions, man. And I demand that they make it make sense. It's their job. Meanwhile, while I'm pursuing making sure that they make this make sense. I mean, at this point, they have so many deaths to make sense that I hope all of these families get their justice and sue the fuck out of Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris's California. Honestly, I don't want to make a dime off this. I really don't. All I want is justice for these people. Because the more that I see these injustices, the more it makes me a squirrel on fire. You know? Look, and they're trying to tell us that we can't see through this water, y'all. Okay. So if Kiely goes missing, the 5th into the 6th, let's go with their narrative. Look, man, if she drove into that water, just like these marks are here, and these ruts are here, which stop abruptly at the edge. And then you have marks over here. We'll go through these all. Can you all see through that water? Was it them that muddied the water up and that's why they couldn't see a car? Is that their excuse? Misty, you should come up here. All right, y'all, let's just keep going. And then what I'm eventually going to do, and they just make it difficult, is the important pictures. Yeah, dude, that's just crazy that, like, their final report is... Look, and they investigated. I have news footage where they're down there in the wee hours of the night, and I can document that they were there till almost midnight, wee hours of the night, taking pictures of this fucking bush area. This is where they coned it off. Let's just keep going. Let's see how much they documented. This is important. Dude, I'm sorry. Look, you can see that car plain as day. I hope they have even better pictures because this is just insane. There's no way. Look, if they're documenting that they didn't see no car in this water, and you're talking 44 different agencies, I believe them. I believe them when they say there was no vehicle. Our ROVs didn't see it. Our helicopters, our airplane, our divers, our boats. You know, you have locals jumping from the tip of that peninsula into the water right where her, and they're literally saying, where I dove into that water, I would have hit her car. You're telling me that Juan and the other dude that's on the Caltopo maps, which I can see why you want that to go away, they were both. And it's really crazy how, like, right in the middle where her car is, they both just kind of were like, it was like they were told, you ain't going there. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what they were doing there. I really don't know. But I would like a professional to make absolute sense of this. Because the information that they're putting out there and that I'm physically looking at, and then you got that picture. Well, I could see right into that water. I can see where it drops off again. And where it drops off again. Like, you can see through this water, y'all. It is really fucked. And that's what I'm saying. If her vehicle wasn't there, I have a feeling there's just not going to be any more footage of them flying over. This is what's crazy, is I don't think there's going to be any footage of them flying over between, like, the 6th and from the day she was located to them doing their investigation. I just don't think there's going to be any information in here in between that, like the important stuff. We'll see. I just doubt it. See what I'm saying? Like, those deep rutted tracks stop back in here. And then you have these ruts that you can't really see from this side, but from this side, you can really see them. And then you have these deep ruts here. Let's keep looking. See, from this angle, you can't see your car. But at the angle that the helicopters and planes and all the passes that they did, using the LiDAR and the scopes that they did, like, common sense would tell you that if there wasn't a car there, and then on a certain day, After there she is happened, a private investigator threw his drone up in the air and then all of a sudden spotted a vehicle but didn't notice it till the day that she was found. That's also fucking convenient, ain't it? I don't know. And then just seeing him in all these cases, the way that he steers shit too, I just can't. I can't with that guy. He makes me fucking sick. I can see the car plain as day there as well. I still want to know what the hell this is. Could have sworn there was like a piece of wood there or something. That's what's weird. Because the wood's down here now. All right, I'm paying attention to how much evidence they moved around. Because this wood is literally right here. And this burn thingy is right here. All right, y'all. Keep an eye on everything that's going on. We're going to play some I Spy. Here's AWP's cone. So they haven't even put cones out yet. AWP's buoy's still in the water. See what I'm saying? And what's crazy is, like, based upon the CHP report, they're trying to, like, use the tracks from when she was pulled out of the water to, like, confuse us that, yeah, that's where she went in the water. And it's like, if you look at this picture right here, based upon where you're telling us these water levels are, none of these tracks here provide any evidence that Kiely Rodni drove her car into the water from that point that night. It's a whole lot of people turning the fuck around. And I just feel like this track that's right here is the night that fucking Skid Mark, remember when he got stuck and scared? It's either this one or could be this one. I'm going to have to look at his footage. And I need to start matching things. If I got to do their work for them, I absolutely will. But none of this evidence right here, there is no evidence that a car went into water here. None. None of these marks. Not one of them. Sorry. Because if you're telling me her car was in neutral and that she was speeding and that she was too drunk to respond, this thing going on here, if you're claiming that a vehicle came up here and like somehow like skirted off the road, no, that's not, nope, not it either. None of these tracks up in here. Nothing here. And you're not telling me that this mark and this mark, because then that would mean her tires were fucking, what do they call them? Saddleback. And that's, nope, that ain't it either. These are two. Looks like someone pulled a rock out of here and rolled it down right here. Same with this hole as a rock down here. This looks like someone did a burnout or something there. I don't know. I have no idea. Well, that's the thing, is if you have 44 agencies, over 200 volunteers, that's just volunteers. Yet you're not going to make any of these tracks in fucking neutral. I don't care which way you hit this fucking water. Look, at this point, with the damages that are done to her car, to that hood and to the roof. Look, I hope there's so many pictures here. Let's just keep going because there's a lot of information. I'm going to be here till fucking 3 o'clock in the morning and I'm already tired. That's right. We're going to smoke through it. I'm also going to pay attention to what officers are on scene. That way I can make documentation of it. Because, look, if they have to testify in front of Senate, a court, I don't care. At this point, I don't care. Every single one of you motherfuckers are going to be held accountable. If you don't want to hold accountable the person that's responsible for these people's deaths. Okay? Trinity Backus, she didn't do that to herself. Kiely Rodni did not do that to herself. Michael Younger did not do that to himself. Paisley Woodard, she didn't do it to herself. Ain't no way. Look, you're telling me the cause of death is drowning and this little girl ain't got no water in her lungs. And then based upon the whole rest of your investigation, it's like a whole bunch of you just stood around making profits off the death of a child with your thumbs stuck in your asses. It's pretty sad when citizens of the United States from different states can look at this information and be like, yo, wait, hold up. There's got to be a really good reason why the county is covering these up. And it's much deeper than, oh, if there's murders or any of these things in this town, then the real estate won't be worth it. No, it's much deeper than that. It has to be. And I know Jagger once said that all of this for a little white girl. No, it's much deeper than that, Jagger. And I think you know. I think that's why you took it all down. I think when reality hits you about that picture, your balls sucked up into your stomach, didn't they? See that? Look at all that traffic. You see all that traffic? Not one of those track marks can be Kiely's. Even if we wanted to say that somehow, and this ain't it either, the only one, look, if y'all are telling me that her car went in anywhere in this area, the only place that has gone in is this spot right here. And I still don't believe that. I think these track marks are from someone backing something up early that morning, putting something in the water. Same with the tracks over here. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you look at the fire cam footage and you notice, you don't have to see what vehicles they are or what, you know what I mean, what they're really doing. You just notice their placements. And then you look at these pictures and you can place, oh, that was Placer County that backed their thing up there and put their boat in the water. And they're captured on the news in that little nook in there. People are chatting with them. And then also they got caught the day they took it down off the boat ramp and put it in their boat in the water there. And news caught them then. And then also you'll notice that morning, as soon as the clouds start dispersing, about 10 o'clock, a little bit before 10 o'clock, a big trailer pulls up there. I don't know if it's like a search and rescue, what it is, but it pulls up there and they put something in the water and you can literally watch the water ripple out. And this is what I'm trying to tell people is if you look at that fire cam footage, there's such a pixel shift in what you guys think you're seeing because that camera is high up and that wind blows that shit. And you're talking a frame every 2 seconds. Your eye, unless you've trained your eye to look at pixels or to watch shifts and things, or it dawns on you, holy shit, yeah, the wind does make that camera move quite a bit. If you put a dot in the center of your screen, if you take a screenshot of the video, put a dot in the middle of your screen, which I should make a video of this. But what's his name? Biosyn. I really need to just turn that into a video. But if you put a dot there, and then you overlay it over the video, and you just pay attention to where that dot is, that shoreline fucking moves the whole night long. But the thing that you don't notice is at that 12:33, when that light that people think they see going in the water, there's no ripple of water, none whatsoever. There is no movement of that water, and you can see when that water moves at night too. I did say J-Lo to pedo. I did. It was good. It was good. And I understand, like, the point of police tape here to tape this off. It should have been taped off here as well. And, like, initially they're trying to say that she vroom, okay, in neutral from the hatch of her car. You guys were, at first, the narrative was going to be she drove all along here. I don't know why you have it boxed off down here. She drove all along the shoreline and somehow drifted into the water. Her car wouldn't wind up like that. I don't care how it floated, turned upside down. I don't think it's going to turn like that. Not the way it is facing the shore. And then I think you just come up with the best case scenario was, yeah, she beelined it straight down this, launched right off the edge here. I just, Like, that's the thing, is even if that water was clear up to the brim of here, y'all have to understand how steep this little piece is right here. There's no way that car launched off of here and went out. It would have to have been 100 feet. There's no way over 100 feet. It still don't make up for them saying 200 feet in the freaking CHP report. There's so many discrepancies from so many agencies. They say that they have this unified command, but it's almost like nobody communicated with nobody, and that's how y'all got caught in this fuckery. Because not like the coroner report alone, it don't cut it. The toxicology alone, don't cut it. You know, none of these reports, the CHP report, some of this documentation from the FBI, I don't know, man. Like, when you put the information together, it sounds like someone set her up to be snatched. And there was a panic. Everybody left and only certain people wanted to be involved. I don't know if they moved her car around or just took it somewhere to hide it, and they got caught in the process of getting it the fuck out of there. And decided, for whatever reason, the best logical thing would be to put her car where the phone last pinged. I don't fucking know, but that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. Man, you can really see in that water. That's crazy. I can't wait to see more pictures. Y'all done been caught lying for too fucking long. 2 years you've been lying to this family about the death of this child. And then what's crazy is they have these certain specific people that are out on the internet that watch channels that take things back to this family. And then they're like, you're the ones hurting this family. And it's like, look, this family wouldn't even know half of us are talking about Kiely still if people didn't say, oh, they're slandering your name, you know, or they have an opinion on it. Look, if you really had an opinion on it, it would be getting justice for these kids and helping these families, you know? Yeah, have I had a harsh opinion? Fuck yeah, I have. I've had a harsh opinion on this whole thing because none of this shit has made fucking sense. And all I really want at this point is justice for these people. I try to keep the families with consideration. And the best, honestly, in my opinion, the best thing that the dad and pap could do is to find a different investigator. But at this point, there's so much evidence here. It's either a failure to do your job or it's a cover-up. Either which way, I would sue the fuck out of my county and my state. That's what I would do. At this point, there's a lot of counties that have a lot of answering to do. I'm pretty sure that there's a reason why that coroner signed off with that blue pen. I wouldn't want to stand by that autopsy. Would not. I would not want to stand by that shit. White out on it. Blue pen on a medical document. It's insane. I can see your car plain as day. Y'all, you can see right through that water. Can you not? I can't believe they're trying to tell us that she drove off of that. Did not prove it. Because so far, nothing you... Look, this is what they're trying to blame this on Kiely. This is Kiely's. No, it's not. Prove it. So here's the thing. If that car even came down like that, that mark right there implies, and you can tell by the ruts, that brakes were applied. It dug into the ground. It's either a burnout or someone slammed on their brakes while turning because they were like, oh shit. However, if that was Kiely's car, there would have been a whole lot more damage to the whole left side of her car. It would have rolled. Might have even been her axle and tire in, if that would have been her vehicle. You know, being in neutral and all. Oh, my ears are itchy from these headphones already. And that's the thing, Miss G, is like, if we want to say that this fire cam isn't like overlays of numerous, I don't know if it's numerous nights overlaid, or if it's just there's so much pixel shift happening, it looks like two vehicles are going in at two totally different times, like 20 minutes apart. And then there's also a collision at 1:47 a.m. I don't know. I really don't know about that, the fire cams. I know that they're legit, but I can't say for certain that specific day, what the fuck is what. Or I should say that night, what the fuck is what. What I do know is it's just really odd and really convenient how certain things are happening with that fire cam. And I'm really excited that this Tahoe Donner 60 frames per second is included. So they burned something here and here. So they've had two different fires here. So you're not even supposed to be burning shit. And I mean, they're standing. Look, they're literally standing between two areas where they have fires. I don't give a fuck about these kids. If they gave a fuck about these kids, they would not be allowing them to go out here and have all these fires when clearly they have fire problems. And it don't take much for a wind to pick up and take a little piece of kindling on right over to the other side where there's fucking mad trees, y'all. Oh my God, I can see right through that water. That's crazy. These pictures just get better and better. A lot of these are not included in any of the other FOIAs, which I'm thankful that I'm getting these. It paints a picture of who showed up when, too, as well. AWP's still sitting there. See right here. Yep, true story. The only thing that they failed to do, and I know I'm going to get real annoying, and I apologize. If y'all would have just done your jobs from the jump, had some transparency, had accountability, and people that are responsible for promoting to the delinquency and death of a minor, if you would have just done that, we wouldn't be here. Now, we have to take, and I know you guys probably, a lot of people just give up at this point because you're talking, at this point, it's like the size of the party, like 200 to 400 people, y'all, that now have answering questions to do. And what's really sad is a lot of these people have retired, faked retired, transferred, been replaced, and they think by putting somebody new in a chair that knows nothing about nothing, that what transpired, that there will be no accountability for it. I don't give a fuck where you go. You're failing people. You're failing kids. Now, you see, this is across the peninsula, and you see them tire marks. This is what I've been looking for. I'm glad this is in here. I'll look at that a little bit more. Man, you can see right into that water. You really can. Is that a... No, it's not. It's not on their screen. What is that? Yeah, that's not on their screen because it would be there unless the lens turns. I'm sorry, y'all. There's a distortion. I don't know if it's a speck on the lens and maybe they rotated it and it's on the lens there. It might be water on the outside or a water spot or something because, yeah, see, it's still here. We'll see as they pan around. Yeah, see, even from this angle, you can see your vehicle. And I can tell you exactly how it's setting. See, if they would have stuck with the original narrative, they could have fooled the masses that she drove this direction and straight into the water. Because if you look at her vehicle, this is the front of her car. This is the back of her car. Her car came to rest this direction. There's no way. There's no way. Even if it's this mark, there's no way that this car came off here, floated, did some weird shit in it. There's no way that it landed like that. I'm sorry. I just don't buy it. That's what I'm thinking too, Miss G. That I think there was multiple parties that night at Prosser Lake, but I think most of the parties were up there. You know, that Mexican party that Zanime talks about, that Megan talks about. I think there was more of a party going up on a Prosser family campground and Prosser Ranch group or whatever the fuck it's called. And there was just a small gathering of some tight-knit friends that were up to no good. Mm-hmm. And I don't know. I'm just really curious as to why you got all these kids at this party that don't go to school with Kiely. The only person that knew Kiely was Mags, and she left after 10 minutes. And Sammy knows Kiely through the acquaintance of Mags, which is her neighbor, which is crazy as hell. And it's just crazy to me that of all people that they let speak the most on the news, it was fucking Sammy Smith and not Mags Larson. It's almost like, I don't know, they wanted her to shh too about it. Let Sammy take the reins from here. Let Sammy tell us all what really happened that night. And then you got that Elsa telling us that she's fallen down in holes. Man. And it's just really odd to me that, like, when you see cases play out in real time in any other cases, you would have statements from either the person that parked next to Kiely or the parents of the people or law enforcement even coming out and making statements about all of this information is out there. Meanwhile, they try to gaslight you. What the fuck's the memory hole you and give us Megan. They gave us Megan, y'all. Megan gave us herself. You got SF, like all of these people, Ronnie, Zanime, good old skid mark. And the thing of it is if SF was any type of like investigator that wanted to make a difference instead of make a dollar, he would still be on Kiely's case shouting all of these discrepancies. He'd be talking about the shh picture for fuck's sakes. I watch him with all these other cases and the shit show he makes of it to put all this stuff out there. But what has he really done for Kiely Rodni? Other than fucking suck his own dick. And tell the pap he's doing such a great job for them while siphoning money from them. It's fucking sickening. I'm not sure if they're from any family photos. I think people played their parts, though. Yeah, and that's another thing is like the whole dog thing between both cases. And if you look into like how trained their canines are and their cadaver dogs are and like the different societies that they have that train these specific dogs and the extensive training that these search and rescue people have to go through, and they get monthly programs, updates on their training for free to go out and volunteer their time to search and rescue. And it's crazy to me that you have all of these search and rescue teams. And the only thing that we're getting from law enforcement is we need more training. Give us more money. Give us more money so that we can get more toys. Meanwhile, the toys that you have are sufficient. Your training is sufficient enough that if Kiely Rodni was in that water, you would have seen her. Where is your evidence? Where is your evidence that a car was in the water prior to the 17th? Because I'm sorry, I can't take schmucky shitfuck. I can't take Xanime's word for whatever. I can't take Megan's word forever. I can't take what the hell was his channel name? Check It TV. Like, you're telling us, like, we're supposed to be listening to law enforcement, okay? And law enforcement has nothing to say on all these people that have come forward and made all of these statements and these accusations. You're just going to tell us everything's fake news. What? Here's what we know. Kiely did it to herself. No. 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 None of your evidence shows that Kiely did it to herself. Oh, that Miro. What was Miro? I forget what the hell that weirdo's name was. The white Ronnie. Y'all. Like, and then they try to make it seem like that, oh, it's just the internet's loose there. And it's like, no, like, you allowed these people to come forward and make all these weird ass fucking statements. And then you never even address them. Specifically, Megan Cole. And all the allegations she has made. You know? I don't understand why the family's not pissed off at her and the shit she has said and the songs she has sang. Things she has done. And then has the fucking gall to threaten people trying to get justice for a little girl. All because your daughter's friend done fucked up one night. And then inserted herself just like you did. And wanted to steer a fucking narrative. And because people didn't buy your fucking narrative, you threw a fucking fit. I'm gonna dox you. I'm gonna find out who you are. I'm gonna tell everybody, bitch. Who cares? Fucking weirdo. Oh, look, here we go. See, and then you got these cones that appear. Got all these fucking dopey fucks just standing in a pile. Nobody's moving, but somehow cones popped up. I bet you they made a woman do it. Like, I'm sorry, but if your law enforcement is this fucking lazy, you need to replace them. Yeah, I'm still concerned about Charlie Holderman. I have heard no update on Charlie Holderman. The only thing I got out of it is somebody trying, another one of them weirdos, trying to accuse me that I'm that person. No, I'm not transgender. I'm not deaf. I've never lived in California. I've never been in a car accident. Just some very weird people out there. And then they just camped a fucking table right on top of that little fire area. As if that couldn't possibly have been, I don't know, an area of evidence. They're like, oh, we're just going to slam the leg of this fucking fort right here. Like, nothing about this was treated like a crime scene. And I'm sorry, but when you show up, unless you already have in your mind in advance that you're going to play this off as an accident, or you don't give a fuck, or you're just lazy as shit, there's no reason that you mishandled this crime scene this badly. There's another thing I learned through some research. Did you know in most instances when a vehicle is found underwater, they usually break the window? Just saying. They usually break the window and take the remains out. That's thanks to a recent AWP video, which I'm doing a comparison between that video and Nick Wren's dive in the pursuit of looking for Kiely Rodni. And I tell you what, their training, you can tell that they all trained within the same I mean, there's no, I hate to say it, Jared's system of how he handles, I hate it. I hate it because I hate what he did in the past. But the work that he does and he's trained people to do is, I mean, it's a form of redemption. It doesn't take back what he did. I just feel Kiely Rodni's case might have picked a scab for a family member. I don't know. That's between Jared and the people that accused him of whatever. I still think it's gross what the fuck he did, but I also can't disregard what he still continues to do for victims. It's a rock and a hard place with Jared, honestly. I can tell you right now that I can't stand SF way more than Jared. Like, something about SF that I do not, something ain't right there. I do not like the way he handles cases. I know this might be boring for y'all because the only difference between some of these pictures is these guys have just put their hands on their hips and more vehicles have pulled in. But SF and Pap are there now. This is what I want to see. Okay, see, this is that big tree. This is where they have it. And this is where the cones start. I don't know if and that's the thing is, like, they never even clarified. And I'm sorry, I'm not taking SF's word for it. He ain't a nobody in this case. Just because the family hired him pro bono is what he claimed after a while. At first, he didn't even say that he was hired by the family. Then all of a sudden he was. I don't know. He boasts too much about things that he just, what did you do for Kiely? Blame the little girl after. I mean, you made accusations. At first you said it was Sammy and Jagger. Then you try to take it back. Like, all I see that dude do case after case after case is fucking backpedal or blame people. It's terrible. I don't understand why people like Nancy Grace don't cover this. And that's fine. There's people that can believe it's an accident all they want, you know. It's fine if you want to believe what you're told. But based upon evidence, the little girl didn't drown. Dude, you can see right through this fucking water. It's crazy. I can see the whole way out here. This must be where it's like most deep, is between here and here. What'd they say? 54 feet deep it was? When AWP was out there, the deepest point was 54 feet. I'm not talking. Oh, AWP's leaving now. Yep. Damn, dude, they cut that corner. Their trailer almost flipped over right there. You see that? Holy shit. They dipped. Hold on, I want to see. So they're leaving right there. Okay. All right, we got to move a little bit faster. We're going to be here fucking all night long. I'm definitely going live again tomorrow to finish going over these files. Okay, what date are you saying this is from? The 21st, 1550. Okay. Next. So these are all drone ones, huh? I want ones of, like, the water. I don't think this is going to be it. Okay, this is over by that little red hill. What the hell is it called? Oil Pan Hill. It's like in the middle. We've seen these already. Hold on, I'm going to just scan through to like the middle. Yeah, we've seen all these. It's insane. Some of these files are like 1.5 gig, 1.2 gig. All right, we've seen these already. I know we've seen those. These ones, I don't think we've seen these. The only thing that bothers me is they didn't, well, the first set they did include timestamps. Dang, y'all, you can see right through that water. Look at that. You really, did my shit free? My computer's not liking this. That's a little blurry. Y'all. Y'all! You can see right through that water. Do you see that? Yeah, this is after they pulled her car out. Where's the documentation of them pulling her car out? See? That's what's crazy is I want to see that. That's what we're not going to get. I really just cannot get into TikTok. The only TikToks that I watch are people that do like the creepy TikTok reviews on YouTube. I fuck heavy with those when I lay down at night. I like the creepy TikToks. Some of the shit keeps me up a little bit later than normal because I gotta like calm down from what I just watched. And then I watch people that post TikToks, usually political ones on X. I know, right? And this is all drone footage. That's crazy, man. I want to see more of this water. I came for water pics, honestly. Look, there's that burnt log. And you could tell someone dumped water on it right here. So they tried to burn it again. Dude, is this the log from where they did her MILF stuff on? Oh, my ear's so itchy. Oh, I hate headphones. They irritate my inner ears. My ears are sensitive. See that log? Y'all see that log? It's definitely a fire there. Somebody definitely did a burnout there. There's definitely a log that was on fire at one point, and it looks like someone put it out. Remember how people used to try to make fun of us? Try to say we're seeing shit that we think we are that's not really there. And it's like, no, it's really there. You just really need fucking new eyeballs. Goslin. Oh, y'all, I'm sorry I keep making fucking weird mouth noises, but my ears are so fucking itchy right now. I need to put drops in them. Somebody burned something there, too. Like, and it's just crazy to me that CHP showed up this many days later, mind you. Like, they should have showed up the very fucking next day. Like, and then they took how many years to finally finalize the CHP report that has dates from the early beginning, but SF tried to tell us, oh, they ain't on it yet, and here it was like fucking February. Like, I think he puts too much misinformation out there. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. He still hasn't called me out on that picture. Come on, SF, prove me wrong. It's just insane how many people, and you can tell all the tracks from the beginning till the 23rd, how many people looked for Kiely. And like one of two things should be happening still to this day. You should be super pissed off that not only they ate 20,000 hours of your tax-paying money, but they failed to even find this girl. And then the people that found her, the scrutiny that they got for finding her. All the shit that was dug up on them just so we wouldn't look at the fucking joke of law enforcement. Like, even here, like, this is a chance for law enforcement to fucking redeem themselves and be like, yeah, you know what? Like, yeah, there is a lot of fucked up shit going on. Let me start speaking out. Let me be a whistleblower. Let me help do my job and bring clarity and transparency and justice to a lot of these people in a lot of these cases. I don't understand how these people make like 6 fucking figures to do what? To help your town keep making money while fucking murders just go fucking swept under the rug. It's so sad. And if they aren't murders, like actually prove with evidence to these families. And then you got SF out here. Oh, the families have all the answers. Oh, do they? Do they really? Or were they told, you know, what would be easiest for them to... I mean, it's a lot of times, especially with death, and I speak from experience, it's easier to lie to yourself and just accept what's easier than to be left with questions. And I understand there's going to be people out there, oh no, you see squirrels, you're the reason why this family just doesn't let it go. It's because you don't let it go. No, I'm not. Not when there's an injustice here. And you all know that there's an injustice. You just don't like the way that I present it, and that's fine. You don't have to watch me. I just wish there was more people speaking on this. In the sense that this, whether it's foul play, a cover-up, whatever it is, this was not no accident. This was not Kiely Rodni's fault. There is no evidence. None. If I hear one more person say, well, law enforcement, well, you keep on licking them boots. You keep believing what people tell you instead of thinking for yourself. That's fine. You can go do that too. You know? Yeah, see, none of these. It just shows you how many people looked for this little girl. It's insane. These people, all these people that looked for her, should still be demanding answers. All these miles traveled for Kiely. For law enforcement to not give any of these people any real answers. And there aren't. There really are not. This little girl did not drown with no water in her lungs. There's no way that if she drove herself into Prosser Lake all by herself, that picture even exists. Even the thought of it, man. Even it was some sick, twisted thing that somebody made up and it's just photoshopped and somehow came out as a Polaroid picture. Like, it should not exist. Should not exist. And that picture of that little girl is partially submerged in water. Make that make sense. Man, you can, like, the bumps and the ruts in this road too, like, one of these days I'm gonna make it out there. But just based upon all the footage and everything, like, I just don't buy that this little girl drunkenly in neutral went speeding down this road in the hatch of her car. And, like, I'm still looking for this possible rock or hard thing that this car not only hit from the front, but also the damage to the roof of her car is what just... If there was damage to the roof of that car like that from the vehicle, that damage is somehow from that car flipping over and fall. There should be some sort of... Because that's a hill. And you're saying that her car landed windshield down, downhill. There should be, like, major damage to the back frame of that car if that's what you're saying happened. It just... None of the evidence points to what you're telling us. It is really, really pissing me off. Sorry, y'all. I am going through all of these pictures. Man, you can see how, like, this water raises and lowers by the, what the hell is it called? Fissures in the... If anybody wants me to stop or go back in... Somebody was driving, and I just don't think it was Kiely. I don't think she was alive before her car and her went in that water. And until somebody explains that, I'm not going to let it go. Y'all asked for the public's help. Like, had so many people invested in looking for this girl. And then when we saw like the discrepancies in it, you were like, oh, nothing to see here anymore. Mind your business. Go get a hobby. And I found a hobby. And it's making sure justice is served for people in the state of California. Look, every time I find a case that I want to talk about on my channel from Pennsylvania, by the time I'm like, okay, I'm going to go live on Friday, I'll talk about it, and then we'll shift into Kiely. Like, the kid is found or whatever. Like, I mean, we could talk about drones. We could talk, but so many people are talking about those subjects that I don't feel like I need to tell too much of my opinion on it. When we have cases like Kiely Rodni, Trinity Backus, Michael Younger, Dante, there's so many of them. Daniel Gallardo Jr., Dylan Rowsey, like there's just so many of them, and I don't understand other than like money is more important to these people and letting these cases go. It's so easy for them to do. They don't care about victims. Yeah, them drones are fucking weird. And I really, look, we'll speak on the drones for 1 second. My greatest concern is the possibility of the aerosol coming out of it. I don't know who they belong to. I really don't fucking care. At this point, we need to get them out of our area. My biggest fear is what's coming out of that is going to be that next virus that's, going to rock. And they're going to leave Trump to handle it. I hope it's not some type of pathogen. Not trying to fearmonger nobody, but that's my biggest concern. Because it look like chemtrails coming out of them motherfuckers. And you don't know what's in that. And why they're not concerned, why they're not, I don't know. It feels like they know exactly what the hell it is and what they're doing, and it might be them. No, they're not malarkey. They're definitely happening. I don't know if it's a distraction. I don't know what the hell it is. It's really happening. It's definitely really happening. And I understand some of the video and footage is stuff people are finding old on the internet from other countries and shit. I get that. Here's a screenshot. Y'all can cut and paste. What? Where's a screenshot? Screenshot of what? Damn, Charles VI says she was murdered, period. See? Look. And that's how a lot of people feel. There are a lot of people that feel that there's foul play involved. There's a lot of people that feel that this was a county cover-up. There's a lot of people that feel that Kiely Rodni was murdered. And I'm not going to disagree with them because nothing about her case says this was an accident or that she drowned before going in that water. Nothing. Nothing about it. Yeah, these tracks are all... See, and then we're back up at the peninsula. Like, I would love for them to explain, like, what the marker 2 is, what marker 4 is, what marker 5 is, what marker 1 is. Like, is marker 2 where someone dug a hole and buried a phone? Like, what happened in this specific area? Because you guys seem to have, in all aspects of this investigation, focused on these fucking bushes. I don't know if they're at a distraction. I don't know if a crime happened here, but there's no answers. None whatsoever. And then, like, when you call and ask questions, like, they're so arrogant in their transparency that they tell you, and you're never going to know. And it's like, well, that's weird. That's a weird thing to say for an accident, It's a really fucking weird thing to say for an accident. I don't know. I just don't understand why Pap, why Dad, isn't having SF make more of a commotion? I don't understand why mom isn't. I mean, she was the one that gave us the idea that, you know, maybe we can't make a difference for Kiely, but if we just take it to legislature, you know, maybe for the next victim, this won't happen. And I'm just wondering, like, I don't know, man. I understand we all mourn differently, and that, I don't know, maybe for some people it's just easier to forget about it and just let it be. I don't know, man. It's not even my kid, you know? And Kylie's story has really fucking blown my mind. I never honestly thought that it was going to be like this. I really honestly thought that they were going to go there after AWP found this car, do a proper investigation, answer questions to the public, after asking millions of people to pay attention and look for her, after thousands of people invested their time and their money and their efforts to look for this little girl, and not one of these damn people have gotten answers. And then you have people speaking for other people saying, oh, well, you know, the family have accepted this. Have they? Then why did, if the family have accepted this, why did they hire SF as an investigator then? You know, I have a lot of questions. And we live in a world, for whatever reason, like, where like either drama has to be tied to these cases to, I don't fucking know what the hell, why the drama does what it does. But then you have these same people that like are always threatening to sue just because you're talking about something. Look, I'm not trying to misinform the masses. I have a lot of questions. And so very little fucking answers. And I have all these people on the internet that also say, well, it's none of your fucking business. Well, guess what? Yeah, it is. I pay taxes. It will never make sense how she avoided all of those trees, drove perfectly into the lake, but super drunk, she couldn't get out of the car. Yeah. Yep. And that's the thing is, like, people are like, she was chasing an air bubble. Dude, it was so fucking dark. She wouldn't even know where the fucking air bubble was. So how did she get in the hatch of her car with that fucking, what looks like a seatbelt hanging out of it? I just have so many questions, and law enforcement will answer them. Maybe not directly to me, but look, if it has to go to Senate, that's just what it's going to have to do. These are government officials that wasted taxpayer dollars. Gavin Newsom can try to protect California all he wants, but it's time that there's reform and accountability in the state of California. Y'all have a serious homeless problem. You have a serious drug problem. You have a serious dead kid problem. You have a serious trafficking problem. You have serious problems in the state of California. And I'm just going to keep pointing at them. This one specifically, because this is a serious problem. You got a little girl that died at the hands of other people, and ain't nobody want to talk about it. Seems awful deep, in my opinion. Look how we have this footage of the CEO on a live, like the day he was caught. Like that, yes, Ara. Why don't you get up here and have a chit chat? We could have chats while I just scroll through pictures, because that's pretty much all I'm doing. Look, that number, when I saw that yesterday, I literally, like, there's just so much going on in the news right now that riles me up. And I know with my heart issues that, like, I really cannot be getting too overly involved. So I pay attention to what's going on in this world, but I also know how to detach myself and distance myself from all the stresses of it, because it's not worth making yourself sick over or whatever. But yeah, like, First, it was like Julissa Fuentes, and then it was just case after case after case after case where they're like immediately have surveillance footage from like hotels, 7-Elevens, like they were at this place, they were at that place, and all we have is a picture of what doesn't look like Kiely Rodni at a place that nobody wants to say the name of a screen, of a monitor, of a frozen surveillance camera. It's like they're purposely trying to steer this fucking narrative. And I'm tired of fucking being lied to by the state of California. I'm done, y'all. Like, I'm done. I've been done. I've been done for 2 years. That's why I'm fighting so fucking hard to get all of these FOIAs. And the more stuff that I get, the more questions that I have. And it's just to the point now where like bills have to start passing. Reform needs to start happening. These victims shouldn't even, this shit shouldn't even be happening. It should not be happening to these little kids. But then, yeah, to like get on X yesterday and like first they lied to us and tried to say, oh, it's not more than 100,000 kids. They always try to keep that number under like 100, under 100,000, under whatever. Like they tried to tell us, oh, it's only like 15,000 migrants or whatever. And then they were like, oh, don't believe Trump and all his crazy people saying 300,000 kids are unaccounted for. And then like you actually have a number of 500,000 children that had sponsors to come into our country, and you don't know where they are or who they're with or if they're even alive. Like, that's 500,000 children. And I don't think people understand that we got 14 million globally, 14 million children missing right now. 14 million. It's probably way higher than that because the last time I looked at that number was like 3 months ago. Only 200. Yeah, and they tried to say that like at first like only 100 people died from that hurricane, when like you have people coming forward and saying like the number's closer to 1,000. And then like when you think about Maui, the same thing. And that Cal Fire even got involved in that. And like I went down a whole Cal Fire rabbit hole, like the Cal OES, and it's their system is corrupt, y'all. Like the system that the foundation they laid for their system in California, like they've created laws and bills that protect them. And the more that I see Gavin Newsom talk about the state of California and that the state looks like a third world country, and it's like, motherfucker, you've been running it for how long? You know? And the amount of money that they get in grants, and they can't even account for this money. It sounds like a whole lot of fucking money laundering. And like, if I find out that this case right here or any other case was a farce just so they could make money and then put somebody into witness protection, I would puke. I would fucking puke. I would fucking puke. And that's the thing, is like there's no saying what happened in this case. But what I can say for certain is Kiely Rodni did not drown. This was no fucking accident. There's no evidence of an accident. There's no fucking evidence other than a fire cam footage of a couple light blobs in a very pixelated screen at night under like IR vision of a camera that's fucking swaying in the wind and is causing major pixel mouth. Like, there's no proof that a car even went in the water. Like, the blob that you see hit the water, there is never a fucking wave. You see the headlights. That's what's crazy, is like, you see this car come to the hill, pause. And as it's doing its turn, like, you can see the headlights hit off the whole other side of the lake. And it's like, it looks like that car turned around. And then you don't have no tracks of a car going in water, which we see other tracks from the same time frame, and they're still fucking there. And then you have all these tracks from all these people that were just simply looking for her, and they're like, oh, that track's hers. Oh, that track's hers. Like, which one? Because in part of the documentation, you're trying to say she drove along this fucking shoreline to kind of fit with the fire cam. But then because at another angle of the fire cam, because you got two different fire cams, you got Alder Hill and you got Donner. I don't know. It just don't make a lick of fucking sense. What I do know is Kiely Rodni did not drown. Oh, what? There's no video. And see, and that's the thing is like, it makes me wonder if, you know, that one girl that was doing all the other Waldo ass shit, if Waldo didn't walk into a store dressed like Kiely, because in the state of California, it's not illegal to take the identity of a deceased person. Be real easy. I mean, maybe they already knew Kiely had passed, which means somebody could go into a store and pretend to be her, wear the same type of clothes as her, but don't fit the body frame or the hair type or that fucking bump she gets on her cheek when she smiles a certain way. I don't know. If I were people from either Totally Bored or the RV, I wouldn't want my name put in a newspaper either, because look, I wouldn't want to stand by saying, hey, that's Kiely Rodni, when, I mean, there's a lot of locals that are like, that is not Kiely. There's a lot of people that believe it is Kiely. But based upon the movements, the gestures, the way that Sammy holds herself, that bump that she gets on her cheek when she smiles, her hairline, the raggedy cut hair, because Kylie's hair is way longer than that. You have to understand that as well. The tattoo in the middle of the chest, that tells me that somebody, I don't know if that's why she got a hug, somebody pretended to be Kiely Rodni and let them take a picture of her and put it out. And I mean, I've been looking up laws where they're allowed to put this misinformation in the media as propaganda, and legally they can get away with it. Yeah, that chest tattoo, ma'am, look like a bird flying out of her chest, don't it? It's not Kiely Rodni. That picture is not Kiely. And that is why they won't release the full surveillance footage, because if you see the girl walking along with her stubby little thumbs and her smile on her face with her bump on her cheek, with her ratty hair, you might find out that that's Sammy Smith. And look, and that, I think that's why I don't ever get threats from Sammy. But I get them from Megan. And I get them from weird people in my inbox that pretend to be other people. I hope people understand that if you're in somebody's email box pretending to be somebody else, that's illegal. It is illegal. It is illegal to steal somebody's identity and pretend to be them and send them emails with threats attached to it. Just saying, that's all. Don't worry, I document everything. And I know there's some people out there who are like, oh, you got this video of mine? When I say I document everything that I come across. That's the only way and no, I have not seen every single video that is out there on Kiely Rodni. There are people that I absolutely refuse to watch that talk about Kiely. Technically, they don't even talk about Kiely. They talk about all this other bullshit that has nothing to do with Kiely. And I just can't watch shit like that. All right, I think these are, man, that water's pretty fucking clear, I must say. It's like the same damn 10 pictures in a row, I feel like. They move like 2 feet and take a picture. Is that a duck? See them ducks? It's not a duck, though. I think it might be trash in the water, actually. I'm not sure what that is. Like, and you can clearly see in all these pictures where somebody pulled down and turned around, like, if that is indented in there from the traffic of people that are looking for Kiely, like, there should be imprints of tire tracks entering the water, and there are none. Like, there are none. I know people that have sent me, locals that have sent me pictures from the 9th with their tire tracks in it that remained, and they're in these pictures as well, amongst all the other tire tracks. Where are Kiely Rodni's? They're like, oh, but if you look here on our Fleur, these knot tracks that look kind of like, they look like someone photoshopped little blur marks on there. I don't know, dude. Those are not fucking Kylie's tire tracks, though. Man, I can't get over this. I really can't. Oh, that's the end of that. Okay, we can move on to the next one. Drone number 5. We're going to be here for quite a few hours, y'all. I might have to crack a soda open. I can see the edge of Oil Pan Hill. I hope there's pictures around that area. Why does this keep doing this? Okay, so now we're... is that it? Did I freeze? Oh, I froze. Hold on. Oh, come on. All right, give me 1 second. Let me grab a soda. Must spell to go to college. Miss G. Let me open this over here, so. Oh my goodness, I was so thirsty. That should be a water, but hey, if I gotta stay up and keep going through this, because I'm really interested in all these pictures. Wow, that's a really deep rut right there. And like I said, what I'm gonna do for everybody, I know everybody can't get these FOIA things. There are a couple files that I am not allowed to even go over on YouTube for whatever reason. I don't know. But most of these, what I'm going to do is I'm going to somehow convert this PDF, and I'm going to extract all the pictures from it. And I'm just going to make videos out of these so people can screenshot them and look as they want to. This water is clear as hell the whole way around this. I'm just curious if there's any pictures across the water, you know? Damn. You can really see, I mean, look. Yeah, this is closer to Oil Pan Hill. I think I might have to turn my heat off. I'm a little sweaty. Or she wasn't there before AWP came. That's... say what? Hold on, I missed something in chat. Hold on, I gotta scroll up. Oh shit, Melissa. Dang, girl. Could be really interesting to request them to release the surveillance video and see. Well, and that's the thing, ADC, is in my last, the FOIA request that I got all of this sent to me, what I'm going to have to do is, now that they've sent me even more, I'm going to go through that same FOIA I put in and what I haven't got, which includes the surveillance footage from either Totally Bored or Herschel RV Deli, whatever the hell you want to call that, RV park. I put that request in, but they're just like, here's all these repeated pictures. We hope you don't pay attention to the fact that we're not sending you what you're asking for. That's what I feel like's happening. But it's okay, because I'm gonna stay adamant on it's time to release this data. Because so far, nothing they have released has proven this little girl drowned. Nothing. Man, you can really see down in that water, even though the focused range is on this hill, you can still see down in that water, and I'm really glad they documented it. Remember how muddy they said it was? Water's all muddied up. I'm trying to read chat. Wow. In any of these photos, do you see anything that looks like footprints before the shore? Not these ones. There's footprints everywhere, but you have to understand that these footprints right here that are in the images near where they claim her car went into water, they could be anybody's. They could be people looking for her. What I don't understand is why in all these pictures it's none of the documentation, because CHP was definitely there prior to the 21st. I've only ever gotten out of, I don't know, 30 some FOIA responses. I've only gotten one packet of pictures, and of that packet of pictures, I'm going to say, I don't even think it's a packet of pictures. I think it's footage, like helicopter footage. I think there's only one from, I think it's the 9th. If you guys want me to, what I can do this week is take all of everything that they've given me, try to extract, like I said, the pictures from the PDF and put them in chronological order from when they were taken, because I understand these can be confusing. When I first opened these, just to take a kind of a glimpse on what's what, I didn't have a chance to really look at them. I noticed there are duplicates, but not many of them are from the 6th. I don't think any of the new ones are from the 6th, to be honest, or 7th, or 8th, or 9th. I think they're all the 21st and 23rd. And then whenever they went and did, which this is what doesn't make sense, is they're trying to tell us that they started their investigation. I think it's the 23rd is what's noted on the CHP report. But good old shitfuck tried to tell us they weren't starting their investigation until February. Well, it can't be both. Remember, there was a queue. There were two cases ahead of hers before they started their investigation. Now that's odd. That's where they pulled her car out. Yup, it is. Yeah, it is. See, that's crazy. You see that? You can see the tire tracks from where they pulled her car out. But there's no tracks of a car going in. See that? That is definitely where they pulled her car out, though. Yeah, because right there's where the memorial is. Yeah, there's the memorial. That's right where they pulled her car out. This is what's crazy to me, okay? Is you're telling me that these fucking tracks the whole way underwater are still visible, but there's not one... I even tried to tell myself that this little rutted area over here is tire tracks, but there's no tire tracks going in. I have serious. And then there's these tire tracks here, but they widen out here, which is very odd as well. So I just have to I'm going to have to really look at these pictures more in like the morning time, but for now I'm just going to scroll through these so everybody can just see what's in them with me. Yeah, see, that's crazy where they pulled her car out. You can see it. But there's no... There's no way that they pulled her car out and it's in its exact footprint. You feel me? There's no fucking way. What's up, Night Owl? How you doing? Everybody has said that this water looks crystal clear. And this is a really bad picture. The other pictures are very, very clear. So what's this marker for? Is this another possibility of a... Or is this like the where they think the water line was at? See, I have questions. I need to start making a list of questions for each individual agency as well. And start getting those in. I don't care if it takes them 30 days to answer me. So Danny Renfro is the one that allegedly found... That's good to know. I'm going to write that down. Thank you, CB. I might have to open a water too. So let me get my pen. Where's my handy dandy pen? Look, y'all, I really do use handy dandy notebooks. I'm not even gonna lie. When I take notes, they're in my little handy dandy notebooks. Either that or composition notebooks. Which, y'all, you have to see my laptop because I be cracking up every day that I fucking open it. So my laptop case is a fucking composition book, and it opens like a book. I love it. I know, I just love these notes, you know. All right, I need a pen. A pen. Danny Renfro, he's the short, dark-haired Hispanic one. So I know he's olive complected. Man, I got a lot of notes in this notebook already. Dang. Danny Renfro, huh? That's really odd. I think they kept his name off that autopsy report. I think he was only one of the people that, said he showed up there. I still have a problem with, on that fucking autopsy report, Josephine Strachan says that she ID'd her. And then there's this AWP video, which is a more recent one. Thank you to the person who emailed it to me to look at it, because holy shit. Excuse me. There is a newer video from AWP where they find this gentleman in a lake in a van that drove off the side of the road. And the similarities between how long they were in the water, how clear the water actually is, for that even being a river. It's just, I want to do a video comparison, and then I think maybe I'll just do a live and we'll go over that as well. There's a lot of stuff that I'm cooking up in the background. It's just, I really haven't had time to sit and hit live button and discuss stuff with y'all, and I apologize for that. I try to go live on my other channel when I'm just shit talking or randomly doing things or gaming or whatever, but here's the thing, Miss G. The more I pay attention to coroners talking, 2 weeks in water, a person is identifiable unless they are in salt water, to where large fish species and salt get to them. 2 weeks, if you hear what this coroner says on this one dude, they're not really recognizable because they're bloated out. I don't know. We'll do a comparison, and we'll. It's really odd to me that she could identify her. You know what I mean? Man, you can really see where it drops off right there, and that's right near where her car is. Hold up. Yep, it is. What? Huh. It's a lot of sediment is... What is that in the bottom of the water there? You see it? Because there's a line here and a line here. I wonder if there's a lot of sand or pebbles there in that little spot, in that little rivet, whatever you want to call it. The FBI investigation like parts of it have to still be open because there's a lot of stuff that they're not, the majority of the FBI is not, they're not releasing anything. It's to be determined. Now, anything that was released from the FBI to like CHP and whatever, you can get that information, but you can't, like, I don't know. Maybe the FBI might be too scared to even mention the case is closed. I think it might solidify a cover-up. All right, that's the end of that one. Sorry, that one wasn't very useful. Oh. Man, this water, even with the... Hold on, let it load. Even with this being a semi-windy day, you can tell it's windy by the way the water's lapping. You can still see through the water. Why is it... Did I just open the same one? Oh, no, I didn't. What is going on? Hold up. All right, I feel like we're... There's that rut. So they took a picture of it. See this rut right here, y'all? This is in AWP, both of their videos. This is in SF's drone footage. This is in pictures and footage from August 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 17th, 19th, 20th, the 21st, and now you have the 23rd. So you're telling me that this track remained, but somehow the one from Kiely's car entering the water disappeared? Nah, bro. No. Mm-mm. I can't wait to have everything in proper order. That is terrible. Yeah, and I remember on the 6th because in... Whose footage was it? I don't know if it was Verna, whatever the hell her name is, footage from her. I don't know if it was Cece's. But I remember the AWP hot air balloon footage. This tracks right here where you can tell like a vehicle's braked here and sat here. You can tell by the way that print ends there. The water line on the 21st was here. And on the earlier footage, the water line was, I mean, it was right below these tire marks. If I'm not mistaken, the water was like kissing the one side of the tire tracks. I think what the footage was from like the 8th or 9th. Yeah, not an accident. Yeah, I think there's a lot of connections outside of Truckee. Absolutely outdoorsy. And Sarah. That's why I'm making sure that I'm getting FOIAs. I'm waiting for FOIAs to come back from Washoe. On my other channel, I did read one of the response letters. The wording in it is just very sus altogether. I've always side-eyed Washoe County, and then the more I see how many officers have been arrested for, like, it's not even just misconduct. You're talking SA of minors and, like, police brutality and shit. I also want to get FOIAs into Douglas because that's further south. I think that's, Carson, down below Carson City. I also need to get stuff into, like, Reno PD. Does Sparks have their own police department, or would that be included? Is that included in Washoe? I need to look at the map and see how far up Washoe goes. I need to just pull up some maps of county lines to see where all. And now Boise. Who's DM? I'm not there. I don't do initials. I can do like first names or last names or whatever, but there's just so many initials in so many cases that I just get confused anymore. The only ones I really remember are from like Kiely's, and I don't know. I feel like we're all adult enough, and all the people involved in Kiely's case, they're all adults now. There's no reason why we can't say first names. Oh, the roommate in Idaho 4. Okay. Yeah, I've always had questions about the roommates because the whole thing with the Idaho 4 thing is like, you're telling me that other roommates were home and all they did was hid and the one passed out or whatever, like, and then waited hours before calling police. I don't know, just the whole Idaho 4 case is fucking weird too. Oh, is that his name? Dylan. Damn, dude, you can see way down under that water. That's crazy. There's something sticking out of my hat. I could see it. Oop, I got it. All right, after this set of drone footage, I'm gonna hop. Ooh. See what I'm saying? Like, see how long, like, excuse me. I'm pretty sure that even these ruts right here are probably from last year. You know what I mean? From the last time the water level was so low that people could literally just drive across this. And I know people are like, oh no, they can't drive across that part. Yes, they fucking can. When this reservoir is drained, because that's what its intention is for, which I was just thinking about. Do you know how long y'all bathed and drank this fucking water from this reservoir? Mm. 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 And I understand, like, a lot of times they just take this water, hold it, and then send it to Tahoe so Tahoe stays at a certain level. But all that water is pumped through for city water. Ugh. I just can't drink tap water anyway, so. Look, when I was younger, up until, like, my early 30s, I used to not drink water, like, at all. The only way I drank water is if it was like tea or coffee or whatever. Like, I just refused to drink water because I used to always say fish have sex in there, and I just, But look, there's areas like Lake Mead, all them people that were thrown in there from mobsters and shit. People drank from that water. Ugh. Ugh. Our water's so contaminated, though. It's no wonder why they put so many chemicals in our water. I mean, you literally drink what you flush. It's kind of gross. That's why I don't drink tap water. I just can't do it. I love summertime. I can just go up the mountain, go to this natural spring. They have a freaking valve on it. You just get water straight from the mountain spring. I love it. I love it. Comes right out of the mountain. Free of charge. Oh, there's that oil pan hill. Man, that's a lot of traffic on that bitch, too. Just a reminder for anybody that wants me to slow down on these pictures, I will be converting these to videos that I'll upload on my channel. Man. Like, those are old fucking ruts. And you're trying to tell us that they're like phantom tracks of Kiely's? I just... And you can tell the multiple different types of vehicles, all-terrain, dirt bikes, all kinds of stuff have turned around here because you got single tire tracks. You have, like, dual tire tracks, what kind of look like somebody, like, pulled in and then backed up and made double tracks. Damn. There's Oil Pan Hill. What causes Oil Pan Hill to be like red sediment, whereas everywhere else at Prosser Lake is beige dirt? Wonder, like, this is like red rock clay. Yo, this is like over at the quarry over by Sammy's house. It's like this color. How are you people watching photos and chat at the same time? Look, Sarah, I have the same issue. Look, it's either I'm focused here or I'm focused here. That's why I look at pictures and then I try to look at chat. That's why they call me 4 screens. Because look, I need 3 screens. I don't know how people can look at one screen, like how they can look at one thing while I just can't do it. I can't do it. I don't know how people look from their little potatoes. That shit, I can't. I can't. I feel you, girl. I feel you. Yeah, Jenny Poo, because like if you think about it, this is a reservoir, so it's man-made, and they dug it out of the mountain. But yeah, if you think about like the quarry area, what is it? I always want to call it Jones Mills, but that's not it. That's an area by where I live. Hobart Mills. It's funny. CB, like I can multitask on multiple screens, but I do not know. Like you guys saw me struggling. What was it? Earlier today, yesterday, or whatever. I just can't take even one screen and split 2 different tasks in one screen. Like it makes my eyeballs scream. But yeah, if you notice that like a lot of the mills where they dig areas out, there's a lot of the red clay dirt. I'm just going to assume it's part of the Sierras and areas in there, because I remember when I lived in Las Vegas, I think we used to go southeast. I can't remember which direction it was. And we used to go to this place called Red Rock Canyon. There was a place called Devil's something. Hell's Canyon. Maybe that's what it was called. Something like that. Devil's Peak, Hell's Canyon. I don't know, but there was red rock there, and that's what this dirt reminds me of, is Red Rock Canyon. Red rock clay. I don't know what kind of minerals are in it. I don't know if it has sulfur in it, maybe. I don't know. I really don't know. But I also noticed, like, in this reservoir, it's very rainbow colored. Y'all notice that? It reminds me of people that have dichromatic eyes, how like the center of their eye is like a greenish blue, and then it turns to like yellowish browns into like an orangish brown. Anybody that has dichromatic eyes knows exactly what I'm talking about. I call them rainbow eyes. See, Jenny Poo knows what I'm talking about, Red Rock Canyon. That place is gorgeous, isn't it? They're like bubble rocks. Ooh, what's Crystal Peak? Where's that at? I need to make my way out this way. I want to hang out with CBMSG. I want to meet Laura. I want to avoid Megan at all costs. That lady's crazy as hell, y'all. Never in my life met somebody so narcissistic thinks the world revolves around her. That shit's crazy. It's crazy town. Wow. Like, y'all see that fissure? That's crazy how that water drains into there, or how the snow melts off and drains into there. A little vein. Damn, that water is clear as hell. Ooh, wow. You can really... Dude, this is over by... Yeah, it is, because right there's that one tire track I keep telling you about, and here's these one underwater. Y'all, look how well you can see under this water. This is crazy. But they won't show you any footage of their flyovers prior to their investigation. You notice that? I think it's because there's not a car there. Whoa. Look how much you can see clear over to the other side. Because this is the side Kiely allegedly went in. And this is the side over by, like, where Zanime was kayaking. Where she Hufflepuffed up the hill. Miss G, that is not what I read. I thought that said bars. That says bears. Oh, girl. I don't think the car was there before Sarah either. I think that's why they won't. They won't release any of the drone footage of the days that she would have been in the water, allegedly in the water. I haven't seen an ROV, not one little snippet of a ROV footage, nothing. And you're not telling me with all that fancy schmancy system that they had to set up to put those ROVs in that they didn't record that data to protect their asses, because you best believe they did. All of these agencies recorded everything they did. By law, they have to. Holy moly, man. You can really see in that water. You can really see down in this water. And just for anybody that doesn't know, if you look at the topography map of this drop off is actually much deeper than where allegedly Kiely went in. By far deeper. And you can still see where like the drop off goes clear to here. But you can still see what's going on under that. Wow. Wow. Holy shit, man. And what's crazy is you notice all these pictures are everywhere where her car wasn't located. This is another thing that bothers me. Where's like the footage of where you think she went in at? See, they like skipped over it. They're coming around the bend, and then all of a sudden up here is where her car got dragged out. That's weird. There's where her car got dragged out. Okay. Jeez. Not one inkling or shred of evidence of a car entering water anywhere here. Seeing from this angle, you can barely see where they dragged her car out. See, angles mean everything. That's why I think they purposely released that picture of a screenshot of a freeze frame of a surveillance video. Because they can manipulate you that way. Tell you whatever they want you to believe. I don't know why, and like that's the biggest reason why like I have been doing the research that I have for the past 2 to 3 weeks is like no protocols were followed for a crime, for forensics, for any of it. None of these protocols that they do all of this training for, none of them were followed. It blows my fucking mind. All right, so I want to watch this Donner footage because I just, for some reason, I feel like, well, one, it's sped up so super fast, but it is in high def. It is really super blurry, which is really convenient. But then daylight breaks, and I could have sworn, because I only watched it briefly, because I've just been go all day today. I could have thought briefly at the end, it's like 2 to 4 seconds of it is cut out. So we'll pay attention towards the end. So here's what bothers me, okay? I'm going to already start off pointing it out because it really fucking bothers me. So when this initially starts, okay, you'll notice that, okay, so for anybody that has no idea what the fuck they're looking at, this is the Donner view of Prosser. So the only area you're really going to see of Prosser is like this area right here, I do believe is like the turnaround. And then this is like the hillside of the mountain. So let me explain it to you this way. So this is daytime view. This would be the entryway off of the Y. This side over here would be where Zanime walked up that hill. Over here would be like the boat ramp area. This right here, this little area right here would be sanctuary. And this little area right here would be like that turnabout that goes to that big U at the peninsula that they all drove around right here. And you have to just keep in mind that this is, what is this? This is Prosser Hill, right? I think this is Prosser Hill. Alder Hill would be way over here. I think this is Prosser Hill. Am I correct? Because I think Alder Hill starts like right here and it goes way over here. Right? Alder Hill is way over here. This would be Prosser Hill. Yeah, I think I'm right. Anyway, I just want to show you what you're looking at because something really weird happens in the very, very beginning of this. So the time is 9 p.m. And if anybody has watched any of my Donner footage, you'll notice like all day long, all evening long, even going into the dark time hours, it's crystal fucking clear. And then something weird happens at 9 p.m., which is convenient, where the camera footage gets real fucking blurry until daylight. And I'm just going to show you. This is 60 frames per second per CHP. Okay, see how high def it is? See how blurry it just got? See how blurry it is now? But you can see all this traffic right here. Okay, it's not almost 9:30. See all this traffic coming in? 9:35, 9:36. You have to understand that there's clouds also covering this camera. Remember, people were saying, oh, it wasn't cloudy that day, it didn't rain, but I proved that it did rain all that morning. Anyway, you can see all the clouds moving past. See, going in front of the camera. But if you watch right in here, you see all this, see all these. And then what's crazy is like, if you see all this traffic moving down in here, this is all the people going in between like the ravines of the mountains there. You see that? Like, that's a lot of fucking traffic, y'all, moving around in there. Dude, that looked like a helicopter or an airplane or something. Hold on, let me rewind that. This goes way too fast. I'm gonna have to slow this one down and put this out as a video. 9:45. I think an airplane was. See this vehicle sitting right here? 10 p.m. Dude, this looks backwards. See, look. Hold up. Is it possible that this camera footage is reversed? Because it looks like all these vehicles are driving backwards. See what I'm saying? It's like they're driving this direction. And then I noticed like all night long, this one vehicle is parked over by Prosser Dam, like where the pump station is, because Prosser Dam is like right here. And there's a vehicle that sets, and then like Hobart Mills would be over here. And this is where people can pull in on the other side of the boat ramp and shit. But this vehicle sits here, and a lot of vehicles come and party here. Wait a minute. So wait. Look at all the traffic going across the lake and shit, y'all. See, it gets real blurry. 2250, it gets real super fucking blurry. So 9 p.m. it gets blurry, but at 10 p.m. it gets even fucking worse. Holy shit. Well, ain't that convenient? Isn't that convenient? See how blurry it gets? That's real fucking convenient. 10:37. Oh, wait, no, this is 11. 11:50. No, 10. I was right. No, because here's midnight. Whoa. What happens at 4 after midnight? Hold the fuck up, bro. Watch right in here. I'll tell you when. Right about now. Did you see that? That's the boat ramp. Just after midnight. 4 minutes after midnight. Something weird happens at the boat ramp. Did you see that? Let me go back. I'm going to definitely have to put this in Fillmore. Right there. You see that? It's like a car is so close to the boat ramp that it shines clear across the water. What? Man, let me slow this down. Hold on. Let me go to 2 minutes after. And we're gonna... slow it down, bro. Okay, now I'm gonna go to... Oh, come on. Play, bitch. Did I slow it down too much? No. There we go. Now I slowed it down. Okay, it's 22, 23. I just want to see what's going on there at 4 after, because that's crazy what's going on over at that boat ramp area. Hold on. 23, 32. So I'll let it play from here. Yeah, that's what I thought, Miss G. It was like 4 after. It wasn't her phone location turned off at 3 minutes after midnight. I just want to get a timestamp of when that vehicle does that at the boat ramp. That's crazy. I have it playing a lot slower than what it was, so it's going to be a minute before it gets there. We're at 23:53. 23:54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59. Okay, so here's exactly midnight. There's 1 after midnight, 2 after midnight. I'm going to keep hitting pause because I want to see what happens here. Okay, this is 3 minutes after midnight. Right there. See that? What? I'm writing that timestamp down. Hold on. Come on, play. We're back at 23:46. Yeah, I thought it was 3 minutes after the location got turned off. 23:54. I might wind up doing an over right there. Dang. When does that light start doing that? I'm going to try to catch it as soon as it starts doing it. Sorry, y'all. Right there. That's exactly 4 minutes after midnight that does that. That's 0004 00 7 hundredths of a second, or yeah, 7 hundredths of a second. That's crazy. All right, there's 8 minutes after. 11, 12, 13, 14. And they're saying 32 is when she went in the water. Okay. Let's keep going. Okay, so there's the vehicle. It looked like it backed up and it pulled forward. This is 29 after midnight. Yeah, see that? There's still a vehicle down there because there's still, what I'm going to assume, because it's IR detection, those are still tail lights that are on. Somebody just turned their lights out. That's all that is. All right, hold on. Let's go back. Oh, I went way too far. Come on. 18 minutes after. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26, 7, 8, 9. There goes the lights kicked on right there at 29. 30. See, that car turns up and around. That car, this little dot right here. Watch this. Watch what happens at 32. See, that's somebody turned there. And watch. The lights turn out and you can still see a faint hint of tail lights. See how dim they are? I don't think that's a car going in water, y'all. Because that light is still there. I bet you those are tail lights. I bet you it's just a vehicle that turned around there and turned its headlights out. It's still there. And then you got this person down here driving. There's another vehicle down here. These two vehicles are doing donuts. See, and then here comes this vehicle. There's that vehicle that goes flying at 109. Now I want to see what happens at 147 on here as well. No, this is from the Donner cam view. I'll show you the very end of it. Actually, here, I'll just click to the end of it. We're at 114. So this is what we're seeing right here, is these vehicles down in this region here. This is where Sanctuary Party allegedly was. And this is where Prosser Family Campground is up in here. And this is Prosser Family Ranch Group or whatever the hell it's called. Boat ramp would be over here. Like right in here. You see it now? Yeah, that's the roundabout. I don't see a car going in water. Okay. I need 147. Okay, 134. Oh, I thought my cat was playing in the fucking candle. I almost had a heart attack. Yo! That weird thing happens in this one too. But you can actually see the headlights spin around at 147. Hold on. Watch right in here. I'm going to move my mouse now. Watch right in here. I'll just leave my mouse right below it. Right there. It does it. It's like a car spins around. It's like two vehicles collide. And then all those vehicles go down there. Oh, no, I'm going to skip to the end. I'm going to skip to the morning. I want to show you guys something that I noticed in it. All right, so as you see, it's 7:44 a.m. Like all the clouds have settled to like fog, pretty much. It's all fog is low setting clouds and mountains. In my opinion, it's the condensation coming off the mountains, the roads, the water, whatever, and forming clouds, fog. Okay, so this is 8 a.m. 8:02, 8:03. Because I noticed something happens as the clouds start to dissipate. The clouds kind of do this jump. And I am almost certain it's edited. And this does not say Donner 60 frame per second redacted. So there's no reason why these clouds do what they do in a minute. You'll see. So just as the clouds dissipate, you'll see like the lingering clouds in here. Once all this starts dissipating, you'll see lingering cloud. Yeah, it shifts right there too. 8:32. Maybe somebody just did a really bad job of editing it together. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yeah, it does. It hiccups right there. I saw it. That's a hiccup, but that's not what I'm talking about. You'll see here in a minute because I have it slowed down and it's going to be more noticeable now. Now that I have it slowed down. I want to say it's like, whoa, what the hell went across the screen right there? Hold on. It's really noticeable because like, it's like there's a bunch of clouds in the one area and then all of a sudden they've dissipated. But it's like right after they like put something in the water. I don't know if it's a boat or a car or what it is they put in the water, but you can actually see the water move. Yeah, it does it there too. At 8:30. Okay, that was a bug. Okay. I'm pretty certain it's like 9 o'clock on the dot that it does this weird shit. We're about to find out. You saw it too, see? If anybody wants to come up on panel, you're more than welcome to. I'll drop the link. I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay on, but like I said, what I don't get through tonight will definitely go live again tomorrow. Fee's not here this weekend, so. It's not 9, it must be 10 that it does it. Then see, it glitches there too. It just must be poor editing or something. I don't know. That's weird. It does it worse up here though. Okay, so it starts dissipating like a lot. This is gorgeous, by the way. I love clouds, especially in stuff like this. All right, so I'm going to pause it here. There's a 9:26 a.m. So if you notice right here is the peninsula. Okay. So you can already see vehicles pulling in. There's a vehicle here and there's a vehicle here already. This is 9:32 in the morning. But if you watch closely right here at this water, when this, like right around the time that this hiccup happens, you can tell something's being put in the water. I don't know if it's they're already putting boats in the water to be looking or what the fuck's going on, but something definitely makes a big splash in this water. Watch. Right here. Boom, right there. And then, see that hiccup? You see that? Y'all see that? Let me rewind it a tiny bit. Let me show you. One more time. Okay. Watch these clouds. Watch what happens with these clouds. Okay. Come on. You can do it. Watch. What the hell? Right there. Did you see that? It's right as something is happening in this water. I'm going to rewind it one more time. I'm going to play it from here. Right there. Yeah, there's already people down in here. I just saw car lights. All right, I'm going to rewind it one more time, and this is it. You need me to zoom it in? I could do that, Jenny Poo. Yeah, I'm definitely going to slow this down and do some zooming in this area. Watch right here. Yo! I think they already put a drone out that early. Hold the fuck up. Something is... Watch right here. That ain't no way that's a bird. That's way too big to be a bird. Oh, I cannot wait to do zooming on this. Right here. Dude, what is going on? People are already looking for her before 10 a.m. Yep. There's already something being put in the water right here. And another vehicle just pulled in. See, there's something parked right here. There's another vehicle that just pulled in. I saw lights glimmer off of it. Wow. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to slow that the whole ass way down. Oh, there is something that I do want to show you before I get off here tonight. And then we'll go through the rest of them tomorrow. I think it's in... Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. Wait till you guys figure out what the hell that is right there. You're going to be like, what the fuck? All right. So these are the Honda FBI inspection redacted pictures, okay? There's a lot of really fucky shit going on. Jules, if you're out there, if you're listening and you want copies of these, I can't send them as is because they're like gigabytes big. However, I think you're going to be really interested in getting your hands on these pictures because I'm going to show you something right now. All right, let me go through these. Let me get to the side of the keys. Number one, I think if I zoom in on this, I can figure out what book this is. But here's the weird fucking thing. Okay. So if you guys look down here, you can finally see this purple strap. And I do think this is like rappelling / mountain climbing gear right here. Because there's like it's like a black strap off of a purple one. At first, I thought it was like a dog lead, but it can't be. But here, if you look closely, okay, if you look in this picture here, I know there's a picture here where you can see this side where there's a set of keys that are in the ignition. But also, there's a set of keys, which is crazy because it looks like 2 fob keys here, which this is just, it blows my mind. So you have 2 keys on this one lead here, right? Which is totally different from the other pictures we have, but hey, I'm okay with that. She don't have no keys in her hand. The keys are still right here between her legs. Okay. So then, boom, all of a sudden you're on this side of the car, which, remember how I said the left side of the board is evidence of things, and then the right side is the right side. So there's definitely more stuff they found in her vehicle. You can see here on the left-hand side. This looks like a little car, don't it? This little thing right here. I don't know. I'll be putting these out. But I noticed that this is a whole nother set of keys, which don't make no sense now, does it? Hold up. You got keys on the ground here. This one looks rusted. Okay, how can all these sets of keys be rusted? There's no way that she has this many keys in her fucking car. And then what's crazy is these keys that are in the ignition. Okay, so you have the set of keys in the last picture with 2 car keys on it. Then you also have this car key that's in the ignition that is on, this is what don't make sense, is on a rusted keychain with multiple, where's the zoomies thing at? That's what I understand, is you're telling me that a Zoomy straw got ripped off this keychain, but all the other keys are on there. I don't know, Sammy, you better be making some sense of this shit that you put out there. Same with Megan. I don't know, but it looks like there's 3 keys on there plus another square thing. But it doesn't make sense that that whole other set of keys have rust on them as well. Yo, can I zoom in on this? Yes, I can. Why she got so many keys? That's not the only thing I want to point out. Dude, that looks like a little car, don't it? Those are vape pens right there and a lighter, I think. There's a lighter. It looks like it has a pickle on it. I don't know if this is a purple vape. I don't know if those are cartridges. I don't know what that is. Hey, look, a perfume bottle. Bro, that is a model car. I do have good eyes. That's a bottle of perfume right there. Hey, didn't Nick Tow Truck guy say there was a bottle of perfume in the car? Well, I'll be. There's a candle there. That's what that is. That's a votive candle right there. So wait a minute. This girl had Cards Against Humanity. Is this a book? A tarot deck? What is that? A black candle. I'm not sure what that is. That's a bottle of perfume. This look... Is this like a 1/16 scale like race car? See it? Don't that look like a little model car right there? Is it like the one, remember that drawing of the yellow car? I don't know if it's racing on the street or going into water. Yeah, it's a black votive candle. You see it? Which is odd because after looking at one of Jared's most recent AWP videos and seeing this dude's van and everything in it floating inside the vehicle, it's just really odd that a lot of these things, like especially a candle, I don't know if y'all have ever put a candle in water, they will float. They're wax. It's just odd to me that things like lighters, a bottle of perfume, an unopened can of Truly because it has air in it, like all these things weren't floating in her car. It is like the car in Megan's kitchen. Get the fuck out of here, Ninja. Fuck, dude. And I'm only giggling because I'm uncomfortable, but fuck, dude. Fuck. I need to smoke. Hold on. Whew. I think my camera froze a while ago, so I'm going to disable that. Man, oh man, I need to smoke. All right, let's... Whew. It's definitely a candle. This right here is definitely a candle. You can see the inside of the candle. It's a votive candle. It's like a votive candle. I don't know if that's a bottle of juice. That's definitely perfume because you can tell by the lid. That's definitely... I wonder if that's Jagger's cologne or somebody's cologne. That's definitely a race car. I don't know if this is a vape or a wide lighter. It has like a double side to it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if these are like vape pods. I'm not entirely sure either. But that is... That definitely is one of them fucking beige lighters with the green pickle on it, is it not? You know what I'm talking about? I've owned the lighter before. It's a gray lighter or a beige lighter. It's like a light creamy color with a fucking pickle on it. And this looks like a flat box of Marlboros, doesn't it? Don't it look like a crushed box of Marlboros? I don't think Kiely smoked. I know who smokes Marlboros, though. What looks like a phone charger thing? The purple thingy? I'm not entirely sure what the hell that is. That could be the purple zoomy straw thingy. I have no fucking idea what it is. Cause didn't Sammy say it was a purple zoomies thing, and then at another point she said a black zoomies thing, but I could have sworn it was a purple zoomy straw thingy. Maybe that's what she's talking about. And the other stuff looks like glass and rocks, honestly. I'm not sure what the hell that pile of stuff is above the lighter and stuff. I know it's very odd that the one thing he remembers is the fucking perfume bottles. I would love to know if Nick saw a dent in the hood of this vehicle that he serviced. All right, I can zoom back out of here for... Oop, wrong chat. Wrong thing. I zoomed out of the wrong thing. Ooh. You know what? That might be a box mod vape. That might be a purple lighter or purple straw. I'm not entirely sure. But them keys, man. Car's still neutral, though. It's this crack in the window, the damage to the hood of the car, and this damage to this roof. The roof doesn't... it doesn't look too bad in this photo. So you got two females at this car. Oh, my ear's so itchy. Look at the damage to that windshield, y'all. And it's just this weird, like, goopy shit between the cracks. I don't know. It's like somebody tried to glue it. That's what it looks like. Well, they'll be easier to identify and get names. It's just, I find all this creasing, I don't know, very odd for this as well. And it just looks like that somebody somebody hand wrote with respect or something suspect. I don't know. It's just, this has always stood out for me. It looks like somebody finger writing in dirt on a car, you know? You don't have another... No spiders in my ear. Like I said, I kill spiders now. I used to not. I used to be so against it. All right, so... What? Okay, this has to be their stuff because there's another one here and there's one here. So this... See, they're not saying they didn't do forensics on this car. I'd like to know what type of fingerprints they were able to get off the steering wheel that Frickberg didn't wipe off. I don't know, man. What is this guy doing with his leg? Doing some goofy shit. It's like he's never walked in PPE before. Piece of cardboard, card against humanity. This is a little red straw that goes to like WD-40. You know, them little tube straws you can plug into the WD-40 to spray it. That's what that seems like that is. That's another card against humanity. Where's the box? Or I find it really hard to believe that this girl has Cards Against Humanity just thrown in her car. You know what I mean? Like on the floor, and the cards are everywhere. Kiely it seems like a very organized person, in my opinion. Now where's the box? I don't know. Because Check It didn't find no box. See, it's just, there's so much damage to this car that does not account for, I don't know, her speeding in neutral into the lake drunkenly. I just can't. Bro, what the fuck? What? No, is that a Bluetooth speaker? Hold on. This might be a Bluetooth speaker. I don't know what the hell that is. Like a balled up piece of cardboard or cardboard maybe. Yo, I have a bottle of this shit. Hold the fuck up. I'm not even joking. Let me look at my cabinet real quick. I know I have a bottle of whatever that is. That looks really familiar. Hold on a second. I'm looking because I know I have a bottle. That's a spice. Why is that spice in that car? Dude, it is. Oh my god, I have that same exact. It's tahine. Tagin. It's a classic seasoning with lime in it. What? Yo. So, like, were her and Kate having Mexican food with that creme brulee? Why does this girl have a bottle of tahine in her car? Yeah, it's very full. You can see it clear up to here, right here. This girl got a lot of cords in her car, but I can't say anything because I got a lot of cords in my car. Now, here is a... Bruh, is that a bar of soap or is that... All right, that's it. Where's Ryan Upchurch? What the fuck? All right. Does this look like a speaker to y'all? Look like a busted off cigar. This either look like a bar of soap. She can't have this many deck of cards in her car. A charger. That's an old ass cord. That's an old ass cord. What the fuck is the red thing? What is that? A mop? Bruh. Evidence 2 don't make a damn bit of sense. Is that a piece of a fucking mop? What is that? Well, why do they have a mop head setting with evidence? I understand there's a shop vac right there, but... Like, is that a busted off handle? Why is that with the evidence? I don't understand that. Like, you're contaminating evidence. Like, I bet you they didn't even fingerprint any of this shit. Like, this is so fucking sad. They got a punching bag right there. They lift weights right here where, well, it's 8:51 in the morning. They got a big ass tire right there. I'm sorry. I'm eye spying too many things now. That lug nut don't even look like it's fully on that car right there. Something seems off there. Y'all see that? It's like this is a normal lug nut. This is a normal lug nut. And this one's like extra big. I don't know. Anyway, y'all ready for these pictures? I'm going to zoom back out. I still want to know why this child has a bottle of tahine. Is it wigs? I don't know what it is, dude. I don't know if it's a mop head, if they're wigs, but she got fucking... Oh no, man. This just doesn't seem like Kiely's items. Miss Ara, if you want to hop up on panel, if anybody wants to hop up on panel, again, the invitation's there. Let me drop the link. You guys are more than welcome to hop up here. It's a locking nut. Yeah, I was going to say that one nut. Oh, yeah, it is, because you can see these are all silver right here. And then this one has a coloration to it. I don't know if it's green, blue, or black, but it's one of them colors. I just want to... This girl, she got a whole party in her car, because she had a speaker... She got a charger. I don't know if that's a battery pack, what the hell that is, but she got a whole ass bottle of tahini. Where's this box of Trulies? I have yet to see them. All they got is one Truly can, which is fucking weird. Just seems like shit was planted. I'm gonna say it. I don't even give a fuck. All right, I miss you so much. It's good to see you.
How are you doing?
Your voice. How you doing? I miss you.
I miss you all.
I would love for you to start doing like a live a month.
I know I have to. I know.
Girl, I don't even care what the topic is. It's just you cover cases so brilliantly that we need you back. I don't care what you talk about, honestly.
Yeah, but you know what? Sometimes you have to take like a step away and analyze how you've been on the internet and what it's done.
Well, it's good to be self-aware.
Yeah. So I want to come back to YouTube better than I did the first time.
Oh shit!
You know,
I can't wait.
But just to be better, a better version of myself, because the internet kind of did some bad things to me, and I was a little toxic.
The internet is toxic and can make people. It's an influence. Everybody on the internet is an influencer. Everybody.
I handled the pressure like not the best way. So.
I don't really care how I handled anything. I don't regret it. I don't regret where it's brought me. You know what I mean?
No, I don't regret it either. But again, how I handled it, because you've been doing this longer than I have. You know, I'm learning as I go.
No, I started after you, but I mean, I've been staying persistent. But I've been growing as I've been doing my channel. When I know it's time to take time, I take time.
I had one. You know what I mean?
I never went live. I never even knew lives existed till Kiely. I never knew people went live and did things in real time and just blurbled on. I only thought that they did that on Rumble, girl.
We're all different, I guess, and we all handle things differently. And I just needed, I needed to do what I do. But I am planning to come back, but doing it better and more self-aware than I was doing it. So thank you for always opening your arms. You know, you are always...
Girl, that's what friends are for.
Kind person, yes.
That's what friends are for, you know? This car just looks really fucked up.
It looks like it landed on its top side.
Yeah, it looks like it got hit. Look, okay, when you've ever seen a traffic accident, when it's at like a head-on collision, like usually when a car hits head-on at a... not super high speeds, but I'm just saying, like, if a car is at a sit still and another vehicle would hit it, the vehicle that's at a sit still is either going to be pushed backwards or it's going to flip end over end and land on the roof of... I mean, that's what it looks like. This car was in a car accident. One of two things is going on here, okay? Either this vehicle was in an accident not with water, or this is not Kiely's car.
There's certainly an impact point at the top.
Yeah, that's one hell of an impact point, right?
Because
it's like it landed on rocks.
It didn't hit straight from the hood, right? So it looks like it did either land on the top end first before it collided to the rest of the car. But you see how those top, what do you call them? What do you call them?
Oh, the crossbars.
Yeah, you see how they're not affected?
They're perfectly fine. They're perfectly fine.
So the initial impact was in that spot. So either it was a person or it seems like it landed like that on the floor of the water first.
Which I just... And like, that's what I'm trying to explain to people is, okay, say this car did drift across water and flip upside down. And this damage that we're looking at right now is the impact. You have to understand this car will be upside down, and this part of the car would be facing outward and downward. At some point, the back of the car hit as well because the antenna is bent, right? There should be some type of impact, like the hood and the roof of the car to the just the top part of the back of the car, and it's not there. I would love to see CHP do a reenactment like they do on all their other cases. Like, why did they not reenact this?
They didn't think they needed to, because it was just an easy case of drunk driver into the water.
But that's them.
Yeah. Is there a way to FOIA request the footage of the grocery or the corner store where Kiely?
I put it in, and like I just said, I don't know, it was when I started the live, you might not have heard. Somebody had recommended the same exact thing that I FOIA. When I put this specific FOIA in to get what I have back, I got 10 requests. I think it was last month or the month prior, 2 months ago. I got like 10 files, which a lot of people got 8 of those. And then for whatever reason, I randomly got this email, and I forgot that I put a FOIA in off of that last FOIA, and I added a whole bunch more stuff on it. And that included surveillance footage from either Totally Bored or Hirschdale RV Deli. I'm going to reword it because a lot of people just say that it's Hirschdale RV Park. But I need the specific footage from the deli area, you know?
Yeah.
The gas station part.
Thank you for doing all this, honestly.
Well, I mean...
Yeah. Everyone needs to put a heart in this chat for Shan.
Somebody has to do something for Kiely. You know what I mean? And I've just... Instead of relying on other people, I just feel the only way that I'm going to get the information that I want is to try to put the effort in, you know? And it's not even so much that I want it. I just want to be able to take all this information and present it to the right people so that it's properly investigated at this point. It's really hard because there's a whole lot of knuckle dragging going on. Man, look at this windshield. Don't it look like they try to glue it back together? Like,
it looked like it almost broke, but not all the way through.
Like, no, it is all the way through. What you're seeing right here is the headliner, because the shade thing that you pull down with that visor thing. Right here, it is really crazy how, like, this is a hole in the window here. Okay, the glass is gone. It's fallen through. But I understand, like, the way that glass is tempered, and that, like, once you crack it, water can get up underneath it. Because you ever see double pane glass, how when the sill busts in your window, like a home window, how that moisture gets between the two windows and it causes like that milky, annoying shit you can never get to between two panes of glass. You ever see that happen?
Yeah, I didn't know the science behind it, but yes, I understand what you're saying. That's the same kind of glass that's used like in showers, right? So they don't shatter immediately, like a glue is holding it together.
Yeah, it's tempered. Yeah, it's got like a laminate on it.
Yes.
So to say. So I'm going to assume in some of these spots, like, water has gotten between the laminate and the actual glass temper.
But it doesn't need to. Actually, water doesn't need to get in between. I mean, from what I understand, because
I'm just explaining, like, these milky spots. Like, I'm trying to explain things away for myself because I have so many questions that nobody's answering, you know? I need some answers.
I hear what you're saying.
Like, this cannot be impact from a car. Like, I don't care if she was speeding and did a fucking Hot Wheels jump off the end of that peninsula. It doesn't account for this damage that we're looking at just right here.
For me, it looks like damage. It looks like if there was a fight and there were people slamming into the car, or she got slammed into the car, that's what that damage would look like. Because look, the way it looks
people were jumping on a car. Because remember, the people were saying how people were jumping on a car at the Y intersection.
Yeah.
The doors were open and music was blasting.
And here we are as 30 and 40-year-olds. And this is something that, like, I always consider. We are 30 and 40-year-olds trying to explain what happens at a kid party. But remember, kids have no limits. They have no fears.
Oh, I was a
All
kid.
they have is, like, and then when you give them alcohol and other drugs, like,
oh, absolutely. I've done some dumb shit up until my mid-20s.
Like these kids in alcohol. These kids in Truckee that are used to partying, like they think they're untouchable. So like nothing,
they horse around,
but nothing is impossible for them.
Well, no, and then you add alcohol to it, and they're
That's what I'm saying.
Indestructible. Yeah,
exactly.
It's just this is too much damage, you know, for a car going in water. I don't care what speed, unless it was dropped from a helicopter. Like I've been saying, unless it was dropped from a helicopter, there is no way that this car.
It's not like the car had an impact before it hit the water. Like it's not like it hit front shield first and then went into the water slowly. Like they're saying that she drove straight into it. So then the impact in the water when it flipped wouldn't have been this much damage.
Like I try to explain
it was in the water.
I even try to say, well, maybe the car went down at such a hard angle that it hit the shoreline and that's what caused the damage to the hood. And then it fell like it belly flopped forward. But you got to take the cam, because they're saying the cam footage somehow explains. The cam footage would not explain what the damage still. Like none of this information goes together. Nothing makes it make sense. It just gets worse the more you look at it.
If you understand like the physics of it all. It's not like the car like was dropped out of a bridge.
But the Truckee local, if you check the trajectory to the pie chart or whatever the fuck she said,
like it's not like
roll a ball down a hill.
It's not like the car fell off a bridge, right? So it would have like understandable damage because of like the height.
It's like it's like someone threw a tire at her car. Do you see it? Do you see what I see? The impact mark of it.
Well, it could be like who just said
it's like
Outdoorsy
like
Live said it with the baseball
in, but this is still it's crazy the damage that's going on here. Like,
phone call. Excuse me for 5 minutes. I apologize.
Go right ahead. Do what you gotta do. Y'all see it? I don't know. It's just this impact is. I'm even still trying to explain to myself that she beelined it straight down that shoreline and somehow nosedived and caused that crease, which just is not possible. Because then there would be way more undercarriage front damage to the car if she nosedived and hit hood first and then just flopped forward on the roof and then it floated out. It's still I can't. Yeah, that camper lady, but that's the thing, Roscoe, is you have 4 different people claiming that there were boys at this party with baseball bats, shirts off, chasing people around.
That's right.
There was also an encounter with baseball bats at a car and people jumping on a car.
That's right.
And it's crazy how so many of those stories, like the local stories, you know, the ones that went shh.
Yep.
How much those fit what we're seeing. But those are the people that were silenced or quickly did a 180 on their story or wanted to retract all their statements or say that they made it all up or they did it for clout or they did it as a mockery or to get under people's skin. That shit aligns with the damages done to this vehicle than any of their investigation does.
Well, there's no reason for a community that is trying to help, that is trying to advertise itself as a community that is trying to solve this issue, the same community that's telling their children not to say anything. If you don't see the contradiction, then you have to see the contradiction there. And when you see the contradiction, you can't trust the community and anything that they say and anything the children say and the police officers that were in charge of this. That's why it wasn't the community that found her. It was an outside source. Like, it's just so obvious.
Dude, this looks like people jumping on a car because look, okay, do you see? Look, this can't even be from, this can't going in water. Like, look at that right there. Just
there's an impact point.
There's two, like multiple impact points.
Right, but on the glass, you can see there's an impact point there.
Yeah, it looks like someone threw a tire at this car.
or something, but there's an impact point.
Yeah.
There are several.
The fuck is. It's right there. Yeah, there's definitely a big impact point here. But yeah, there are several impact points on this car.
There's one in the mirror, and then there's one on the hood. I mean, I'm sorry, on the
hood
roof.
Yep, this is crazy.
There's
like,
one
impact mark. Yeah, because you can tell like this and the way that this is normal looking, and then the impact of right here. But look at like the. Do you see these marks right here?
Correct. No, yes, you're right.
It dug the paint off the car, right?
There are two
impact points. Sand, mud.
Yes, 100%.
There's definitely, like, look at this. See how it's separated from the trim?
Like people were probably jumping on the car.
Something happened.
But that car has a story to tell.
Sure the fuck does. My God.
But there's that initial impact point, and it's from outside in, not opposite.
Oh, it's definitely outside in, and you can see where like there's an impact here. There's an impact here. Like it's one giant impact.
Right there.
Yeah, sure is.
There's a main one at the top. I know you can circle it at the top.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and that is affecting the bottom ones. And then there's a separate one on the actual roof.
Yeah. Well, this glass is completely gone here. See, do you see the weird thing that's going on, like, with this glass here? Like, you can see the headliner through here. Like, it's busted so high up on the headliner that you're actually seeing, like, the roof of the car. Like, that is serious fucking impact for one, the glass to fall out. Two, like, holy shit.
There was definitely a fight that happened.
Something happened.
This happened. Or somebody hit the car with a bat.
Or another something hit this vehicle.
Maybe Kiely was trying to get away and someone tried to stop them. They were upset.
Yeah, they were blocking an intersection. That's for sure.
You know what I mean? Like, she was maybe trying to drive away and they were upset and they hit her car with a bat. And that was the impact point. Because look, it's right in front of the driver's seat. Like where someone's
definitely is, because you can see like the striations that could, like the hairline cracks that come down off of it, tell you that this was a major impact.
Well, if you look at the bottom of the impact, you see how those lines are going down on the right side. You see how you have four.
All this.
That means that the force that was used to hit this came from below the car, not on top. So someone hit the car from next to the car, from the side of the car, because those cracks are going down. Do you see those 4 or 5 cracks?
Yeah,
they're going down. So that tells you like that person was tall, hitting down,
or on top of the car hitting down. Something is fucked up here, dude.
Right.
I have like. You are not telling me this is from a vehicle starting up. I mean, the drive was not that far from where the vehicle was allegedly parked to where it entered water. There is no way that she gained so much speed on that type of road with that type of turn, with that type of wrong turn.
And not hit any trees.
Because she was so falling in holes, drunk, wasted, inebriated.
Yeah.
There's no fucking way.
She had complete control of the car until she didn't. That doesn't even make sense.
You're not telling me that the water caused that type of buckling of the roof and the windshield.
That happened before.
Mm-hmm.
It entered the water. I believe you. That's what I think. I also believe there was some sort of attack. Something happened. Maybe Kiely tried to get away. These kids are not going to be honest because their parents are telling them.
The blocking in the intersection is what will forever. The hearing, the blocking of the intersection, the baseball bats, the loud music blasting from a vehicle. It's almost like they were trying to cover up. You know what I mean? All these kids panicking and wanting to leave because they ain't getting involved in you guys trapping this girl at this party. I don't know.
100%.
It's what it feels like.
Jade Hunter is
trapped there and snatched on purpose. Okay, wait, hold on. How much reflection from the area above her car right now is skewing our view? How much of the reflection? What do you mean? What do you mean? How much reflection from the area above her car? It's not skewing our view. Look. See it? This is broad daylight. It looks even worse at some of these angles. This is a picture taken with overhead lighting, which is really good. And what looks like a flash camera. You can tell there's heavy lights here.
Hey, let me ask you something. As the car was going, let's say that it's true. Like she drove down perfectly, and then like the car flipped. She took a right turn, correct? Like, let's say.
Well, and that's the thing is, per SF and the fire cam footage, she went down the shoreline and cut right into the water.
Okay,
per the final CHP report, she beelined it, okay, so she would have been coming, which doesn't make sense. She came out of wherever and made a wrong turn off the cuff because it was blocked.
Like a right turn, though, right? It would have been a right turn.
So in that direction, if she beelined it straight down, she would have made a wrong left turn straight down.
Well, either way,
either which way, like, no, there's no way some drunk girl did this.
Shan, let me ask you something. So then if she makes a wrong turn left or right, not just the top of the car would be compromised. It would be top of the door also. Like right now, the picture that you have right now,
you would have more impact of a roll. You know what I mean?
You would have the top of the window you see what I'm saying? Like right down the top of the window, that is not impacted, just the roof of the car.
Well, and not only that, you have to understand, okay, so those top rails on the vehicle, the inside is made by an aluminum, but the outside is coated in a plastic. You're telling me that windshield and that roof did that, but none of that plastic busted on that first rail bar there?
I don't know how to ask you what I'm trying to ask you. Like, I'm trying to ask you about where like if you're rolling up a window, the top of the window.
This part
that part of this right there. That would be impacted also if it were rolled.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But it's not.
For sure. Like this, especially this top trim part here, this would have some type of impacting.
Or the other side too.
Scratches or whatever. Oh, yeah, for sure.
But it's like, and not. It's like still.
It's like it landed on something or something landed on it because, and the reason why I keep saying this cannot be an impact from like a roll or a car flipping in water is like, do you see, unless a boulder was thrown on top of this car, like one or other side, or if not both sides of this trimming here should be like fucked up with it. It's like it landed on a rock, and I keep saying, where's this big rock that this car landed on? Remember, I've been saying from the beginning.
But that's what I'm saying. If it rolled, then the top of the window would also be compromised, and it's not.
You would think. Like that.
Looks like someone just jumped on the top of it.
Like, do you see how it has like a ripple in it? That's what I'm saying. Like the way that this is still out.
Yes.
And that this ripples right here, like this impact right here on the roof of the car is insane.
All that happened before the crash.
I'm sticking by that, yes.
I'm sticking by that too.
Girl, you know.
Also, do you have a picture of the... Okay, there you go. Thank you for showing that.
Okay, so what's crazy to me is like, I understand that they're going to want to look at the brake system and the brake pads and the rotors and the calipers and the suspension, the tire treading. I understand all that because they're doing it for the accident report aspect of it. But there's so many other aspects of this car that they failed to pay attention to.
You know what's super interesting is that
there's not one picture of the hatch though.
The hubcaps with the H. Who the fuck even talked about that? Like,
them are hubcaps, yeah. Her car. But that's the crazy thing is who's to say that white car didn't have hubcaps? The one with the one that actually had the sunroof, the white one.
But these kids that were talking about the hubcaps, like that was an important fact to talk about.
Right?
Do you remember your friends' hubcaps when you're at a party or no?
No, I don't remember like
a party or whatever.
Rims is rims to me. But look, you can tell the difference between a hubcap and a rim. Like, this is a rim.
I didn't know the difference.
Okay, so you have seen hubcaps because they're the little plastic things on, like, the middle plastic things that, that like when you hit a fucking pothole, they pop off and then they expose like the inner part of the hub. Yeah. I would love to know whose all fingerprints were on that steering wheel along with Frickberg's, though. Oh no, you see that tire just looks really low.
Yeah.
Same with that one. Seems awful low. You would have to let a little bit of air out of the tires to push a car into water. Just saying. See, look, that's what don't make no sense, okay? You got all this impact to the front of this car that you're trying to tell us rolled over and landed on a hillside. All this damage is done to the front, and the only thing that's going on here is a little bent of an antenna. Come on now. Come on.
And then those, what do you call those? The things at the top, those black things?
Crossbars, rails.
Yeah, they're like unaffected by the car being on its top.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
exactly.
Yeah. You get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
This front one should at least be affected.
100%, because it's fucking plastic, bro.
Yeah.
It's fucking plastic.
You saw what happened to the side view mirror from them flipping it over.
Look at those.
Look at that hood.
They're perfect.
Look at that hood. See, everybody's trying to say that's not a crease, but if you look at it, like, that's crazy. It's like something flat hit it, man. Like, it's the shape of a bumper of another vehicle.
I don't know about that.
That's what it looks like. Just saying what I see.
Hey, this is your show. You just invited me here, so I'm happy to be here.
And I understand, like, the difference in metals and how they oxidize and all that stuff. Some oxidize faster than others. There's a lot of metals out there that don't rust. They don't oxidize. It's just this.
Look how
this module. Just wait. When you see how they cleaned it, you're gonna be like, "What? They sure did clean it."
Because they're releasing all these photos, but why not the video of Kiely at the fucking gas station, bro?
Exactly.
Come on now, because you can't fake that shit. They don't want to release it
because I think it would prove stolen identity, and they know they influenced the person to go in there and pretend to be Kiely.
It's like solving a case without actually having any evidence.
Right?
Stupid. Oh, yeah. Give me the back seat picture of the car, but you still can't release the actual footage of Kiely at that gas station? Wow.
That's what's insane to me. I have never, like, every single, like, look at
every
Hannah's
single case. We have
like,
video.
Dude, how much shit has come out on so many different people.
Yeah, like the CEO unaliver. Like, I know what he had for breakfast
going
yesterday.
on early hours of the morning. Like, you got 400 kids at a party and you ain't got one lick of a video picture, nothing. But we're certain that she changed hoodies in the party, but she wasn't found in one.
Seriously, bro. Are you serious? There's no footage of you will not release a picture of her at the party. Are you serious?
There's no evidence. There's no evidence of anything.
But Luis Mangino,
hearsay.
You guys are releasing photos of him everywhere. Like, what's going on?
It's insane, dude. And I understand why people say that this is a psyop, because you're being manipulated so badly with the lack of evidence, the withholding of evidence.
Right.
Because if they showed the evidence, it would show that this is not just some accident.
No,
and they know that. They're trying to protect people here.
Or maybe they don't show it because she was underage. I get that. But, like, blur out her face.
Nah, dude. Look. Okay. The autopsy didn't even have a diagram of the stuff that they're explaining. You see what I'm saying? Like, nothing. There is nothing about this investigation in any way, shape, or form that shows any thorough work.
You know what's super interesting about this case to me that still has not happened, and that is that this is the only case that I know of where parents, people of the community that are claiming to want to solve this, are telling their children not to say anything. I've never come across a case where people are saying, don't talk about it. Like, and it's been published in the news station. Like, I've never
that's
heard
the thing is, like, I've never heard the news condoning parents. Like, usually, like, the news would be like, holy shit, we have this town of people where the parents are actually
them. They would be criticizing them, right? But they didn't.
No, like, they didn't. Like, it's crazy to me that nobody was like, this is illegal. This is very illegal what you're doing here. Like, every person in the aspect of this case, like, what is going on here is very illegal.
Nobody thought it was suspect. Really?
It's a group effort of crime that everybody was like, oh, we're all going to take part in it. And then we're just going to put this out.
Crookie controlled the narrative from day one. So you cannot trust this because the people said, don't talk. Don't say anything.
Wait till you see
what that means?
how
the parents knew that bad shit was going on.
Wait till you see how they dried this out, how they took care of this EDR. Now, keep in mind, this is the FBI inspection of Kiely's car. Okay.
Well, then the pictures are real shitty for being FBI.
The FBI is removing the EDR from the center of the vehicle. As you can see, it's sopping wet. So if it's sopping wet, something would tell you to use something that's going to dry it out, right? Like rice, or I don't know, you know, them little food packets, or the moisture lock thingies that you put things inside of a bag and it sucks the moisture out of it, right?
Oh, I thought they said that they did some weird bullshit. Like,
wait, you're going to be like, why even? It's like they put
it in water, right? Like in a solution.
Girl, it's like they put it in a trash can and covered it in shaving cream.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I know. You know what? You know what's interesting? That they took all this time to take pictures of all of this.
Right?
If it wasn't
documented them taping it. They taped this fucking thing to a table.
Okay, yes.
Taped it.
But if it's a case closed, she drove drunk to a lake, then why do all this extra pictures?
Look, I want to know if they were drunk while doing this investigation and who gave them these ideas to handle this in such a way.
Okay, but like, but also, why even
nobody
do all
wears
these extra
gloves.
Pictures if it was just a case closed? She was drunk.
This person's sure to have a Band-Aid on to protect them, but not one of these people I've seen have gloves on yet. They have booties on and outfits on. And I've seen the one person that's lifting up a rug with blue gloves on, but I just don't see people wearing gloves in any of this, handling any of this.
Even, yes, you're right. But also on top of that, why do these thorough pictures and everything that they're doing for a case that was like case shut?
Yeah.
Like,
well, and that's the thing is these pictures prove absolutely nothing other than, it's very wet. You see how wet it is, y'all?
Okay, but why do this thorough documentation if it was not a big deal?
Well, this is what really, see how wet everything is? I'm going to show you their solution. Here's their solution right here. They cleaned it. And it's documented in the CHP report that they cleaned it. Not dried it, cleaned it. What is this whippy ass shit they put it in? What?
I could look it up. Maybe let's see.
Look, where is Ed Wallace? Is this how you dry out an EDR?
So it's like a motherboard, right?
How is this the FBI? But then again, you're talking FBI Roseville, okay?
Is it a motherboard?
It's a electronic digital recorder, an EDR, or what's the other word for it? Airbag control thingy, airbag control module. I could give you so many ways you could dry that bitch out. Putting it
electronic
in
what?
EDR, just EDR will show up.
No, but what is it? Electronic what?
I forget what the hell it stands for. Hold on.
Electronic.
My brains. Hold on, I'm gonna get it for you. Just let me open.
Sorry, my little dog is driving me nuts. Does anyone own a beagle here?
Event data recorder. My bad. My brain's a little cooked, right? This is way past my look. I am proud to say for the past month I have been going to bed at like 8:30. Not even joking. That's super early for me. But I've been enjoying going to bed at like 8:30, and some nights I'll wake up at like 3:30 in the morning and like I feel good as hell. But then by like 6:30 I'm real tired. I am extra sleepy. It's 1:30 in the morning, but we're doing this.
Take care of yourself, girl. Take care of yourself.
Oh, I'm good. It's the weekend. Fee's not here, so I can sleep in a little bit tomorrow. I do need to get a water, though. I'll be right back.
Wait, what year is he in college now? Like,
he ain't in college. He's not even 17 yet.
I thought he was older.
No. She says in college. You're making me older than what I am, girl.
Was because you said that he was doing all this shit. I'm sorry.
No, he does. He does college courses. He's going to be taking a bunch next year. No, he's just a nerd.
Nothing.
He's all in advanced classes.
I have to drop down, but I'll be right back if you're still up.
Okay, I'll be here.
I love you all so much, man. I miss the shit out of you guys.
I'll be here if you're coming back. If not, I'll see you next time.
No, I do, but like I need to take this little. I have this little beagle that's driving. I need to let her out.
Oh, whoa. Take her out.
She does that. She's doing that like woo, you know.
The howling. Yep.
Oh, I hate this. Okay.
Go get it, girl.
Hold on. Please keep going. I'm going to be listening.
I am.
I love you.
All right. So I love you. So that was the Honda FBI inspection. I do believe all of these pictures are the same. It's crazy to me that we get all of these pictures of the vehicle, but at no point do they show where they removed the carpet from the rear of the car. Like, did they not test this either? I'm just crazy as hell to me. Dude, I love how much love's going on in this chat. It always does, though. It's all the damage is done to the front of the car. And this had to be where, like, it was upside down and, like, I don't know. It's just, it's such a clean line right there, you know? It's just a weird way for algae to be growing on the car. You feel me? Oh, look. And then like when you look at it with the wiper blades on it, you really see how deep in that impact is on that window. There is no way that happened from it going in water and floating out. There's just, especially when you have 4 tires with air in them. It's just crazy how, like, it's like the shape of a body, but then, like, you have all these, like, oddly shaped dents within this dent. I would love for them to explain this shit. It's just, if this car flew down a hill and nosedived enough to cause, like, this impact, there should be more damage here and here to go along with this damage. Like, they're not telling me that she was speeding down that wrong turn road and hit a dip in the road that caused that. Then this later caused that. And then this impact was from the final flip because it just, no, man. Like, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that now. Y'all see that now? Like, that's bad. That's bad. That is not. That's not. I've broken a lot of windows. I've had a lot of people. Well, I can't say a lot. I've had somebody bust one of my windows out. And it's just the way that these cracks, the striations in the crack, say that the major part of the impact was here. Which doesn't make sense because there's a whole nother impact here where it cracks out this way. See it? Like, I don't know. Someone was jumping on this fucking car. I really don't know. I don't know if somebody was in her car that didn't belong in her car and they were trying to stop them. I don't know if they were trying to stop Kiely and this is where they took her keys. Because remember, someone took her keys and they were throwing them around. Like, look at the car next to her, for instance. See? This is a traffic collision, so much so that the whole... See what I'm saying? Like, the front bumper's torn off this car. So this car's had a head-on collision where it's fucked up the bumper and ripped it off, buckled the front hood, and look, shattered the window. This vehicle was either in an accident before it went in the water or somebody jumped on this car. This is like somebody hit someone and someone hit their window. I don't know. I really don't know. Could be a car accident too. Oh, this one's missing a side view mirror piece too. So I'm saying, like, there's no damage to that part of the car, and there should be. Unless this is like the front impact and the car spun around as it was flipping. And as it was flipping, I don't know, it hit a tree or hit its roof. Hit a rock, hit a tree, I don't know. I would love to know what hit this car, though, because it's not water. Water doesn't do that. Water doesn't do that. Hell, even that hill wouldn't have done this. Like, and this dirt is implying that this part of the car was touching the dirt, the mud. What was it resting on then? So you're telling me it was balancing on a hill on the windshield? Still doesn't explain the roof now or the front of the car. I really wish someone would make this shit make sense. Yeah, beagles are very ADHD and needy. My uncle used to raise and breed beagles. The guy across the street used to breed and raise beagles too. They let you know when it's time to get up. Oh, I could give you the link, yes. Yeah, anybody is welcome to come up. I'm getting into the sleepy times, so I'm just going to yammer on while scrolling through pictures and stating my opinion. Since their final answer is she did this to her own car and her own self. I can't believe someone paid $850 for this car. Like, look at that. This is a picture for upside down. So this is the way it would be laying on the floor of the, like, this is like Aura. Here we go. Oop. Here's an angle of how the car would be resting on the water's floor. There's no way that this damage happened from from water.
That video I just sent you, that's a car that's being extracted. If you want to, like, if you could please play it and scroll to the end, and it shows you, that the damage to the front of the car when the car hits the water. Actually, it's actually all at the front of the car.
Did you email it, text it?
No, I just put it in the chat.
Oh, can you put it in the back chat so I can grab the link?
I could. Hold on.
I think back chat's the only place that I can grab.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Links from. I think. I hope I can copy this.
Fuck.
I haven't really been there to pay attention, or if you're still in Discord, you can drop it there too. If I can't grab it from here.
Researching dental implants, you should hear this. There's a lot of dental offices that'll talk about doing their teeth in the day.
I hear something. You're playing. Can you play it from your end? I'll let you share screen.
I'm trying to get the link for you.
Because I was gonna say you could play it from your side if you want.
I could, if you allow it.
Yeah, go for it. Here, you go ahead and put your screen up.
Okay. Present, share screen.
Make sure you select audio.
What? Not really the audio, but do you guys see this car is being pulled out from hitting the water? Can you see my screen or no?
Yeah. Yeah, and you see the undercarriage damage?
Yeah. So they're pulling it out. It went in 55 miles an hour or whatever. Look what it looks like when they pull it actually out.
Yeah, that whole hood should be like rippled and buckled, and the bottom carriage is all fucked up. See what I mean? Look how muddy.
And I know it's a car and not an SUV, but it's still going to have some impact.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You're
like
going to see the
undercarriage
impact
of that SUV. Yeah, the grill and the undercarriage, like the bumper area, all of that would be fucked up on her SUV.
Right, and so if you look at it, look how that car looks.
Yikes, dude.
So Kiely's car would have also some damage to the actual grill, no?
Yeah, it should. It should. If she hit that water going above 10 mile an hour down the hill.
And this was a lake.
There are no big rocks at Sammy's Point at Prosser. Yeah. She said Sammy's Point. She called it Sammy's Point. That is a lake.
They were able to find it like that. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. Whoa. Can you play a little bit more of that? Yeah. Yep. From like here on would be great. Yes, please. Thank you.
That's fine.
I don't even need audio or none of it. Absolutely, girl. Now tomorrow
Dylan's
when
mom is in the chat, I don't know if you know that.
Who? What?
Dylan's mom, Dylan Rowsey.
Oh yes,
she's here with us right now.
Would you like whenever I put all of this bill request in for Senate, would you be okay with me to include Dylan Rowsey as another case that should be reinvestigated?
Well,
I was gonna add him, but if his mom is here, I would like to ask her.
I
would like to ask Lindsay.
Has connections with like military in the area, you know.
Ooh.
That's why she's so pissed off about how her son was treated. Her case was treated because the lineage or the like her history and her family's history,
lineage, yeah,
her lineage
is all military background.
She should have gotten more support than she did.
Yeah, she should have.
And she didn't, because
the corruption is so bad there that like they don't care who the victims are.
Correct.
And it really needs to change, because the discrepancies if you can't do your job as just a coroner, and you can't do your job as just a sheriff, or you can't do your job just as a medical examiner, you shouldn't wear the hats of 2 to 3 different careers then. If you can't handle just one and do proper investigations and bring proper justice to these cases. You know what I mean? You shouldn't be, there needs to be a separation.
Right. And then so Vapor says, ask Dylan's mom, asked that they investigate why the case of Nicholas Baker was handled like it was. So like, I don't want to push her to come up on panel, because like, I don't want to force her to keep talking about what she's talking about. She's here and I'm just grateful she's here.
Mm-hmm.
But
no,
like,
if you would like to come on panel, she's more than welcome.
Dylan's mom is the only person that I know and that I trust that is from the area that understands how corrupt that place is. Because if she's someone with military lineage and she was still treated this way, that means that the corruption goes so high that like something like Kiely's case is going to be swept under the rug easily.
Well, and that's why I keep bringing up Jagger saying like, why would they go through all of this for some little white girl? You know what I mean? And it's true. Like, and it's because the corruption is so deep and intertwined between law enforcement and different agencies and politics.
Yeah, drop the link, Shan. She says she's game to talk. I think we need to let her talk.
Absolutely.
In my opinion, sorry.
There you go, honey. I don't know why, for whatever reason, I can't see her in chat. And as far as the person asking the question about the black box, it's so convenient that they weren't able to lift any information from the EDR. There was errors in it. So for whatever reason, they put it in that little bowl with all that like whipped cream, shaving cream to dry it out.
Yeah.
To clean it is what it says in the final CHP report is they cleaned it.
Right. Vapor,
what is her name again? I remember doing that video for you. I remember that conversation. I remember her being up on your panel.
That was like, I think that was one of the times that I felt that what I was doing with my channel meant something.
That was like the people that have come to you in conversation. I can't wait to see your channel be that again. You know what I mean?
That's what I want it to be, but I need to be right with myself before I let that happen again. You know?
Just you need to not get involved in other people's drama. And I realized like I can make commentary on my channel and also distance myself from it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm learning, but I want to get back. That's why I'm here.
You're gonna be all right.
But at least that's also like a way for you all to know that I'm not doing this as like for fun. Like I'm really taking the time and trying to figure out how to do this the right way again.
Oh, the Vapor Rosos is Dylan. That's Dylan's mom.
Yes, that's her. Yes.
I for whatever reason, I can't remember her name. I know she has a different last name from him.
I don't really want to say her name, I guess.
Like, oh, okay. Okay. We don't have to.
She sent me a lot of text messages and all that, you know, and then.
That's incredible.
It's up to her when she decides.
No, I'm really glad you guys stay in contact. It's the same with like Amy Morris's sister. I try to reach out to her. If she doesn't reach out to me every so many months, it's due time for me to reach out to her. I want to make sure she's doing good. The boys, what the boys are up to.
Yeah, and like Dylan's mom, she's only gonna come up and speak when she really needs to. You know, because that's her child that was affected by the corruption in that area.
That dude was killed, okay? And the man that hit him and killed him
got away with it.
Like, got a slap on the wrist. Yeah, nothing wrong. You
see how this car is just being dragged down and the front is just affected the most?
It's the same as Paisley Woodard. You know what I mean? I mean, she was hit and killed by a motorist going 104 mile an hour. And all that girl got was 4 months of an anklet probation.
Correct.
That's not justice. You know what I mean? You're talking a 15-year-old little girl that you hit and killed because you were drunk driving. And then the girl had the audacity to make fun of the fact that she hit somebody with her car. And to me, that's callous. That's cold-blooded murder. And that's the problem with a lot of the laws in California is their laws are so lenient. They wonder why people are shoplifting and looting, and they have the drug problems and the homeless problems and the high price problem and all these extra taxes problems. I mean, it's the way their system operates. Yet they have all this funding for all these grants, that all this money laundering that's happening, that's going into the pockets of people that are on boards and whatever, rather than going to the people that actually make up the state of California, the people that pay their taxes for these people to continue to do all of this corrupt nonsense. Oh, you're sharing another.
I'm just trying to.
Why do I remember this?
Sorry.
I vaguely remember this video. This is from a tech science video, isn't it?
And make your car sink faster.
By
Instead,
opening the windows.
quickly roll down your side window, unbuckle yourself, and climb out. If you were too slow to react, the water pressure could pin your...
Sorry, I'm trying to get my dog to calm down. Sorry.
She's up.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Oh
Hi,
my
honey.
God,
Welcome to my
she's
channel.
here.
Thank you for being here.
Hey, it's not a trip, man. That's like the first time when when you were on, I woke up and I was asleep, and I woke up and I think it was like 2 a.m. or something like that. Because remember, I'm on the East Coast.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
And like the fact that I don't know, like I went to YouTube or I was listening to YouTube, but I accidentally stumbled upon you. And then
because that was the night that Ara was just so happened to be talking about the case that she heard about Dylan.
Look,
yeah.
Before anything else is said, Vapor, I want to
Mhm.
apologize to you for not following through the way that I said I was going to follow through. Because you and I were conversing a whole lot, and you were giving me so much information. You were saying, "Look at this person," like, and at the time I was going through kind of like a hard time in my life, and I didn't follow through with what you were sending me. But I still saw you. But I apologize because I didn't do what I promised that I would do. And I wanted to say I'm just sorry. Okay.
Don't worry about it. Like it's so much stuff that it's like I'm just now at a place with everything to where, because when it comes at you out of order, it's hard to make sense of it, you know. And I need to go through it, and I need to put it in order. Because once it's in order, it's like because especially if I lay it out in order, like as it happened, you know, like as I got the phone call and as the pieces came to be, the corruption then becomes so fucking evident. You know, at what point I start having the red flags, the things that happen, what I suspect, and then the things that unfold that as I piece together things of like the example, the guy who showed up at my house, and I was like, how did he, after my son was killed, the guy who showed up at my house, right, that was connected to Baker's family, I remember thinking like, nope, there were no vehicles at my house. Like, how did this person know? Like, it timed it like immediately after my parents had just left. Like, so, it was like
what county is this out of, honey?
I was in Placer County.
It's Placer, okay.
Yes,
yep, Placer County.
That's why
Placer County has a lot of corruption in it.
And here's the thing. Okay, so when I lived in Placer, like, and I was there since 2000. And so I call my California dad was a retired law enforcement. He was 38 years with Sacramento Sheriff's Department. And he was special victims unit. So he was always teaching me things. Almost all my friends were law enforcement. And then I'm a horse trainer. So
question.
What's that?
Did you have anybody in law enforcement when Dylan was hit and killed?
Yes.
And did anything out of the ordinary happen to anybody that was in service? Did they treat them any differently, lose their jobs, anything like that?
No, but what they did is those people, like when they were trying to get information, like I had different people tell me like it didn't make sense that they were, it wasn't making sense to things that they didn't have access to that they should have had access to.
So they were even withholding information from them?
Mm-hmm.
May I interject? Dylan's mom really convinced me that Placer was corrupt because Dylan's mom is a member of society that comes from a lineage of military service, even to this day. And they treated her and her family and this case like nothing, like it was nothing. And that's someone that serves the community at a very high level. So imagine Kiely Rodni, whose family is not like that, has that same like affiliation in the community. How
somebody like Kiely family would feel absolutely helpless. And
yeah, and like I sit there and think about with what that family did to me and law enforcement, like, because like I mean they came after me, like I was being targeted, and they're and so in the beginning, remember, they didn't know shit about me.
To what? Get you to be quiet about it, to not speak about it.
They showed up at my house thinking that like, because they didn't know, I have a different last name than my son. Yes. I have a different last name than my parents. You know, because my mom remarried, and my stepfather's been in my life, and so he served also. My dad died serving, and my stepfather served, right? So and my mom has my stepfather's last name. I have my dad's last name, and then my son had his father's last name. See, and then also because of the military background, we don't keep things connected in terms of like, say, social media and things like that. You don't put your family out there. You don't put your like, here's what I did with my kids.
Live private lives.
Yep, everything like that. The things that really matter aren't going to be posted. Yes. Because anything that you put out there for the general public, you're like, okay, if somebody goes to do bad deeds with this, I could deal with it. But you don't put out, you know. So they didn't know shit about me, and so they first tried the tactic of, you know, like, because they were pointed out that, you know, Nicholas Baker was a Marine, right? So they're thinking he just
Baker,
got back. Yeah, they try to say that, like, oh, he just got back. Oh, he's a veteran. He just got back. And so when they said he just
Nicholas
got back,
is the one that hit him, right?
Yeah. And when they said he just got back, as if he had just got, you know, most people when you hear that somebody just got back, right, that you would think that they'd been deployed and came back, but it's like this wasn't piecing together right, because what they didn't realize is like I come from a military background. It's like, okay, this is the first part where it's like this isn't piecing together right. And I was like, what do you mean? He you know, where is he stationed? They said he was a Marine. Told me Fort Campbell. Fort Campbell's in Kentucky. That's an Army base. 101st Airborne. Yeah, I come from an airborne family, so it's like I'm like this shit wasn't piecing together right, and so they're doing an intimidation tactic. As soon as they went there, right? As soon as they went that, you know, they're corrupt, they're trying to intimidate me, and they're people in uniform, right? That instantly, like, because the worst of the worst, besides corruption, is somebody in uniform that's doing it, right? Because you're supposed to take care of the people. And so that I instantly, in that moment, was where everything changed in me. Everything changed, because now I have an enemy.
I have a question for you, and this might seem a little rude to people. Can I ask you what they listed his cause of death as on the autopsy? Was it listed as an accident? That might be too personal.
Yeah, I always try to tread lightly with her because it's a very personal thing, you know?
It is very personal. This is her child we're talking about.
Correct. Imagine if it was your child. And you're having to tell the whole internet about it. It's crazy, right?
The patterns that I'm noticing on a lot of these reports, though, is they are listing them as accidents or suicides.
Are you still there,
rather
Vapor?
than
Vapor, are you there?
She's not muted. Uh-oh, she's roboting.
What's going on?
Oh, there you are. There you are.
Okay. I think it's because I think my screen might have shut off is what happened. And you can hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I don't have any qualms with you asking any questions. And if there's something where I just say that I don't, I'd rather not answer that right now. What happens though is that as we talk about this stuff, because it's so traumatic, that what happens, even though I'm in a frame of mind to talk, things start to swirl and start to go fuzzy. And so that's another thing too about these people. They know exactly what they're doing because, as cops, they understand like the whole entire process of what's going to happen. Because remember, they're good cops too. So I'm not saying that like every single person was shitty.
Oh, absolutely. There's good
CHP,
and bad. That's
CHP,
everywhere in this world.
The CHP who handled the case were amazing, and they went above and beyond.
And that's what I'm saying about Kiely's case is I can't hold CHP accountable for the information that they were given by other law enforcement. They can only go off of what they're given.
Yeah, and who was first at and doing things.
Yes.
Like whereas like for Dylan's case, CHP was the first ones there on the scene.
Oh, were they?
Because they were just like 7 minutes away. So they were there instantly. And the officers that showed up were senior officers, so they'd been doing it for a while, and I could tell like when I met the officers, both of them, that like the kind of cloth that they're cut from, I could tell their character because they come from the kind of men that raised me that I was used to being around. And like, because like all military bases are different, and if you speak to people who are in the military, like the CHP officers that I met that night reminded me of the men that surrounded me when I was a kid at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Fort Bragg, North Carolina has a lot of special ops guys, and it's not like the Johnny Badass that you see in the movies. These are people who are quiet and disciplined. Yes. At least the ones that were around me. I'm not saying everybody, but the ones that I was around were men of extraordinary character. So, yeah, which is why it's so ingrained in me to hold uniforms accountable. And then also too, why as soon as I realized what was that, that I'm in the presence, like I have an enemy, in terms of I have a threat. I have somebody that means ill will, that there's something going. At that point, my brain shifted into a mode because I've been raised that way my whole life. It's not like I was taught, hey, you're being taught these tactics. It's just a matter of when you're a military brat, you're exposed to so many different things that you're conditioned to have resiliency and a different way of processing like trauma in the moment. Like it's like compartmentalizing. Which is really probably like almost even an element of dissociating, but then really honing into.
I think we lost her again.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, my screen keeps cutting out. That's why
So both your side of the family and Nicholas's family are military, because Nicholas was just fresh military, correct?
Yes. And
does Nicholas come from a
family,
a well-off family?
Yes. Okay. So his family, like, all right. So I think like his dad was the one person who was decent to me, and is the one person who seemed like I don't have qualms with his dad, which is why I don't bring his dad's name into things. Okay. He's the one who handled things that would be more the way I would expect somebody to handle things, and going through, and that also too, he was impacted because when we were at the court at the sentencing, his dad turned around to face me and looked me in the eye, and he was crying. And
didn't he wind up getting 8 months probation that he wound up getting? It was only like 2 or 4 months out of, or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that was in terms of jail time. That was supposed to be jail time, and then
he wound up never serving.
I'd probably not, because the whole thing is too, the whole entire time leading up to that to the sentencing. So like the year of that we go through that, right? He was supposed to be on like where they have him on probation.
I can find out what year did this happen again, honey?
2020. Look into all of it because they made sure when they did the records, they made sure that all of this stuff went into the books, just from what I was told. That so he moved. Nicholas Baker moved from he was living in Lincoln at his dad's house, and he moved from Lincoln, and he was just gone. And Lincoln, and so so he and remember, so he's supposed to supposedly had an ankle monitor.
This is also very close. Like this, this cloth of corruption. I don't think people. It's give them an idea between all the cases that I've found. How close they are.
Yeah, well, because it's all basically one community. It's all the same. It's all the same community, and the people that are the wealthy people and the people that are the higher up people, you know, that have the higher ranks, where they're gonna be living is there in Placer.
Now let me ask you a question. You may or may not know. Do these like law enforcement officers all from the same area, even though they're from different branches, do they all go through the same, like, do they all have to go to Sacramento for training or whatever?
You'll go to their post, they have the post training, which I believe is in.
I was just reading about post stuff. Yes.
I think that is in, what is it?
It's like 80 hours of post training. I think it's through Sacramento, isn't it?
Yes, it's in Sacramento. I'm trying to remember the exact area.
I've been learning a lot about this area.
Here's the thing. I had thought about working for Placer County Sheriff's Department when Sheriff Bonner when he was a sheriff.
You should still consider it. We need good law enforcement officers.
I don't live there anymore.
Peace out.
Yeah, I don't live there anymore. Well, and here's the other thing too.
I wouldn't live there or pay taxes there either.
When it all changed, what I see of when it all changed was when Sheriff Bonner retired. The reason, like when I thought about working for Placer County,
so Placer County was Bonner there whenever your son was hit?
No. That's when Bell, I believe.
Oh, Bell.
Devin Bell had come in. So Sheriff Bonner retired, right? And the thing is, so when I was considering working, like I wanted to do something with Placer County Sheriff's Department because I had so much respect for them. And then I went to their community awareness program because my California dad, who was law enforcement, told me. I didn't even know about it. So he asked me to go to this. And basically it's a recruiting program. And so they tell you all of the different positions, all of the different things that you can do in the sheriff's department. And then they tell you what the process is, like all of it. That's why I have the insight on all of it, like what the different, because I see it's like was it a month long? Is a month class and you go every week. And then in the end, you end up, meeting with, Sheriff Bonner comes in, and I felt like, when something is going good, that says leadership, right? It's about leadership. When things are shitty, leadership, right? Everything's a reflection of leadership. But Sheriff Bonner was retiring. Everything changed in that county big time when Bell came into office. And then, and I thought, okay, is that just me thinking that? Is it what, is it? And then
it's definitely not. It's definitely not.
All of a sudden, Bell's like,
through my research, I can say that.
Yep. He's medically retiring. Well, that didn't last long where all of a sudden he's medically retiring. But then also as he's medically retiring, he's sitting there contacting everybody on the concealed carry to tell them to vote for Wu, Sheriff Wu. And lo and behold, guess who's friends with Baker's family? Sheriff Wu is. Because you need to look up Linda Warren. The Baker's family all connect.
You're just throwing all kinds. Linda Warren? Come back.
So Dylan,
Linda Warren.
Okay.
She's in Roseville, right? So she has like a nonprofit. Okay. So if you're looking to, two of her sons died. One died in a motorcycle accident. This is years back, right? And the other died in a plane crash. He died in the Blink 182
Travis Barker.
which then brings you to a $24 million settlement. Was at least one of the settlements.
What?
Remember you were asking about that, Shan?
Yes, I
what you had
was.
to
This
him?
is a trip, man.
Yep, and you can find pictures and everything of it posted. Nicholas Baker graduated from Rio Americano High School. Okay, who's Travis Barker married to? He's married to a Kardashian. Okay,
Yep.
and so the Rio Americano High School, the same year that Nicholas Baker was still in school, and I'm not saying that these things are connected.
They're not
but this
connected,
shows you
but they're
the small
weaved.
circle. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
The one of the younger Kardashian girls, crashed the prom there with supposedly with one of the students there. Do you think that was they're trying to make it sound like he didn't have a date, an attractive man, like the attractive student, like he didn't have a date, and that's why she did it? Is that why? Is there who knows what, right?
So this corruption has literally been going on for decades.
Mm-hmm. Yes, because I also know people who are criminal defense attorneys, and I know judges and all of this because I know these people because they're horses, and then when you live there, you're going to meet. Most everybody I knew, everybody I knew out there, I knew through horses, and it's because horses, when we're out there riding, it's an intimate setting. We become friends, and so I was around people who are like, multimillionaires or judges or FBI or criminal defense attorneys. And so when we're writing for 3 hours, we're having conversations about lots of different things. And when it was somebody who's like,
it's insane to me that and this goes to show how deep rooted this corruption is. Listen to all of these connections that this woman has.
Yep. And the people had told me too about like the criminal defense attorneys had told me about, that Placer is very corrupt. Like Placer had lawsuits before over stuff.
Absolutely has.
But it definitely seemed to me that the difference in how the law enforcement began to conduct themselves all changed with Bell. Now, like I said, a lot of these people I have a lot of friends who are with Placer, and I do respect them. Those are going to be more the people who are 40 years old and older.
Do you know if Devin Bell is in any way in relation to the health department Phoebe Bell?
I have no idea, but that's another thing, that there's lots of nepotism. There was a guy there who, oh my God, I'll have to find the name. There was somebody who tried to build, he was going to try to secretly build a housing development. What he was doing he was trying to do it a permit, like a house at a time, but really it was a development was what he was doing. And he had some political position. No. I mean, like literally a housing development, but he didn't want to have, because you have to pay, because otherwise you have to pay, a bigger, it's a different permit if you're building a housing, because you have to have like, the fire lanes and all this stuff like that. Right. Because somebody I know worked in the office where they had to do permits, and she was the one who told me about that she was the one who caught on. It's like, man, he's coming in pretty regular on these permits. And it was up, oh God, when you go up the hill, it's I think it's before Donner, but it's up the hill, beyond Auburn. I can't remember the name of the.
When you're done with this, I really want to ask you about the parties.
That
but just finish the thought that you had with Shan. But like
that guy, to give you an example, that guy, so this would have been in 2020. I think this was earlier in 2020. 2020, 2019. I'm pretty sure it was 2020. It might have been it had been 2019 or 2020. So that guy that I'm talking about, and I'll have to do some research.
So you're talking northwest of Donner Lake, which would be where like the county lines are, Placer and Nevada County.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So it was is right when you go, because 80 is the main strip. Okay. So you're going up 80, and it was a small community. So
I've been looking at a little community up north up there. So
just past Auburn. So with this guy, like this guy, because there was even an investigation into this, or there was talk of this guy got his wife a position, and I think she ended up having something to do with what the hell, like, is it like what is like a social worker type of thing? Like she's the one who would handle, if I remember correctly, like those kind of cases. Yeah, right. Which we know that's the big corruption in Placer County is going to have to do with
that's
family
crazy
law.
because isn't that what Kylie's grandma was getting back into? Yikes. Okay,
Oh,
go
I
ahead.
had no
Keep
idea.
going.
So
Keep going.
so and the reason I found out about that and was like, what the fuck is going on here, was in the Loomis group, the wife is saying was putting
the what group? The women's group?
Loomis, the Loomis community
Loomis.
group.
Oh, Loomis community. Okay.
So she ends up posting in there like, somebody came and stole my my son's like the graduation picture sign that they had posted out in the yard. And so it was like some teenage girl, and she describes, she kind of gives this nondescript thing of like, oh well, like basically as if the girl were colored, or whether it's like brown skin, not real specific, like a vague type of brown skin. She had dark hair and a ponytail, and she's driving a Mini Cooper, and she wanted everybody to go after him. So all these people were talking about going, like they were going to basically start hunting down people who are driving these Mini Coopers, right? Wow. And I was thinking, this is probably just somebody maybe who has a crush on her son, maybe, and that's why they took the picture, or maybe it's just high school students. Like there's a prank type of thing. Like
playing a prank. Yes.
She wanted there to be like legal
targeting
consequences
people. That's crazy.
For theft. Yes. And so when I said something, right, and then all of a sudden, like boom, 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 I had like 5 women jumping at me, right, and they're that very privileged and.
Oh, she cut out again.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes,
so when they start, like the people will get like coyotes and they come after you, right? Like it's like, you know that they're messaging their other friend, hey, come in, this person just said this, right? Yep. So then I suddenly have like these 5 women getting all like snide with me, and I was like, okay, so but here's what I do. It's like, okay, you're doing that, well, here's what I'm doing. You're thinking I'm just some dumb person, right? But now what I'm doing is, who's your circle? And I'm going in.
You're welcome to swear here. We don't object to that.
I go in and I check out the circle then, right? I'm looking, okay, who is this person who just came at me? Who is this other person? Because I noticed that it's like these same 5 names that keep coming up over and over again, right? And then I check out
I'm seeing the patterns between all of these cases. This is insane.
And then they were like, and it's like they were empowered. I think it's like where Trump was. This is around the time when Trump was just coming in. Yep.
Yeah.
And so, and like they were empowered big time. And it's like they were taking the same path in terms of how to like build alliances in order to advance themselves.
Yes.
And so at that point I was like, okay, I'll leave this be. But it's like how, and other people like, maybe it's just a flirt, but they were willing to jeopardize teenagers with this vague thing. So they're going to like, people are going to drive around hunting down brown girls with ponytails. They drive in a Mini Cooper
simply because somebody stole
a sign, a graduation
picture.
Sign. Yep.
Wow.
And she made it seem like this was theft. Like it was like, this should be, this is you. Why are they do something?
I see the same thing with people in Truckee, because I was in that neighborhood app thingy, and some of these ladies, like these real ritzy women, the things that they would trip about, like this one woman went on a rager over somebody stealing garden flamingos from her yard. So I get it.
Yep. Always go check out the profiles. Always go to their pages and always look to see who's talking and who their groups are. And because the other thing too is those little packs also travel. They act as packs and other, like they'll do it in multiple groups. It'll be the same 5 people.
The way that I approach cases, I'm not really the type of person to do like the social media ties unless I really have to. I try to stick with the data that I can find over the internet outside of social media that actually makes a tie deeper than just like friendship. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The thing there, what I would say in regards to social media, is to be a fly on the wall. Because here's the other thing too about my
I've done that
insights.
before. I'm not gonna lie. I
Yep,
joined some trucking groups just to listen in.
Well, here's the thing though. Okay, so for me,
RFO was me.
The that was my role. This is what they don't. That was my role because there was a huge group that I was in, a huge group, and they were starting to have like it went to like I think thousands
she
at that
she
point.
had to be a fly on the wall. I'm not laughing at you. It's just good conversation.
So
I feel
what
comfortable that I could giggle.
Because people would always come to me behind the scenes and be like, hey, you're a truth seeker. Will you look into this?
Mm-hmm.
They knew that I would listen to all sides and I wouldn't choose a side and I would pay attention to things. And
unbiased thinking. That's good. That's good.
And they would come to me about corruption. And the first corruption started over, it was the animal control. It was a humane society going after taking people's animals that were false pretenses. And then to the point where what they were telling me was true. I'm looking into it. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. And that even one of them made the news where they took a bunch of horses and like none of these horses.
Like causing issues with their animals to what? Keep them compliant?
No. So they come in and they say, we're charging you with animal neglect or whatever. Wow. They confiscate all of the animals, right?
It's like
so
what they do with people's kids.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. So you look up. I think it was like Mustang Mike. Okay. Look up Mustang Mike. I think it would be Newcastle, California.
Mm-hmm.
Animal neglect case, because Sacramento Bee even covered it, and it was on the news.
I really appreciate the Sac Bee. I really do.
So what they did is they confiscated his horses, right? And then I had a bunch of people contact me about that. And I'm looking at these horses. None of them were neglected. These were beautiful horses. I knew exactly where this farm was because these horses were so beautiful. They're Mustangs, but they look like Kiger Mustangs, a Spanish Mustang. And I thought I should go up to that farm and see if they need any help because that's it's got a decent amount of horses. Those are nice quality horses.
So they're making up these fake allegations to cause conflict with these people to what kind of what?
So they confiscated the horses because that's exactly I was like, what's going on here, right? So follow me all the way through on this. Right?
Oh, I am.
So they confiscated all of the horses. So animal control comes in because I have many different insight on this one. The animal control comes in, and or Humane Society comes in. It was oh God, what the hell? Right now my brain's going, but I can get you the names. I can get you the names of the people because even my California dad investigated it with me. We were doing it on our own, looking into it.
Wow.
Because I was like, here's what's going on. People are coming to me with this, and he's a detective, so we're like going into this stuff. So they confiscated the horses, and they couldn't even. It was a rescue type of program that came in, and then
my question is what are they achieving by taking
hear me out? So they take
horses.
So they take the horses, and then it turns into a lawsuit.
So it's because profit for money, so they can make money off of it.
Because that's why I was like, what that? No, because then I was like, what the hell is going on, right? Because that was the thing. That's why everybody's coming to me.
What the hell is going on?
Here's what I concluded, because he won the case. Mike won the case. But now he's gone so in the hole. Humane Society has endless deep pockets.
Yeah, yes. I mean, a lot of...
They've gotten in trouble for the RICO Act.
Yikes.
Look up Humane Society and RICO, okay? So they have endless deep pockets that go into paying for attorneys, right? So meanwhile, so even if you win the case,
it's like lobbying and dude, this is insane.
So either way you lost, right? So this is back in 2015, 16.
It's all about the money though.
Nope, it's about the land under the horses, under the feet. So because what they do, because then now you have a lien, because then there's a lien against the property, right? Because you couldn't pay for all of the legal fees that they dragged you through. So now there's a lien on the property. They won it, and now look, because this is Loomis and Newcastle and all that, and now look at where all the Bay Area people are. All of the Bay Area people have come in and taken over Loomis and Newcastle and all that stuff like that.
And they're doing the same thing with North Carolina and their kids right now, even like at their worst moments after a hurricane. Yep. Oh, girl.
Well, I'm out here in that area, and here's the thing.
For their land, that is fucked.
Here's the thing with North Carolina. I don't know that I buy that in that regard because I've lived out here before and I know this area. What happened with North Carolina, and I would have to look further into that. What happened was a complete fluke. So you have to
That's
understand
a
that
failure by FEMA. It's a failure.
No, there was no way to be prepared for it. That
I mean, there's no way. There is no way to be prepared for that. But they've had how much time to get proper help for these people?
No, this is
I understand they need to take them out of the area to rebuild, but it's
it's totally different. It's totally different.
There's a lot of crazy going on in North Carolina. Those people do need help, though.
I
desperately need help.
Here's the thing, though. Okay, it's not. I don't believe that it's a thing where FEMA has failed them. Hold on, I'm going to step outside. Hold on. I don't believe that it's something where that FEMA has failed them. You have to understand that hurricanes don't hit that area. So
hell no, it literally was a torrential downpour that flooded a literal valley into a lake.
Yes. So here's the thing, okay, and what you have to understand is those people live up in the woods, right? And they don't want anybody messing with them, and they're very, 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 very private. Everything got changed. The landscape.
I mean, I wouldn't trust FEMA either. I'm sorry, but I do not trust FEMA. I see all the money that they've taken in, all of the things that they've purchased, all of the, I'm not going to say concentration camps, but the trailers that they have that are just sitting and rotting, that they could help these, they can move things and help these people. And I understand that these are mountain folk that don't want to.
It's not as simple as, because I also know people.
But there are people that want help and they're not getting it. And $700 ain't gonna cut it.
No, that's not true. See, that's not true, because it wasn't, the $700 wasn't like, this is all you get. The $700 was, this is for now. And here's the whole thing. Really, what you would have to do when looking.
But most people aren't even getting that. Like, that's the thing, is they're not even getting approved to get that money.
Are the people even coming to it? You need to come to the area to see it, rather than taking the stuff that people are talking about. You would need to come to the area, because here's another thing too. Remember, you're now in what I was talking about in terms of, look at where that area is. And you look at
North Carolina. I've been following it.
Okay, but remember, because this is my backyard. It's like my backyard now, and it was my backyard. That was my area when I was growing up. When I was little, when we were at Bragg. Okay, it's not far from Bragg. Okay, and so
not at all.
You have a lot of those guys. A lot of those guys are like, they come back here. The people who have skill sets are here. Like, people who have skill sets know how to do shit. There's a reason why I'm back.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That I do.
And to stay in that spot would be like what I keep comparing it to when I have my friends contact me from California. I said it is the equivalent of paradise.
Well, the contamination levels that are there right now, though, with all of that being underwater, it's so devastating there. The main line for me is those people need help. They really do.
But if they need help, they're going to have to leave. You can't stay where it is
contaminated. I get it completely. Like, that is going to be decades of cleaning up.
And not only that, there's going to continue to be bodies and shit like that, you know.
And that's that number that they're giving. There's no way the number's that low.
Yeah,
there is too many people in affected.
Yeah,
and
that's a whole other thing.
It was a flood.
I know different people who are working on things up that way, and so like. And it's like kind of like what happened at Paradise, right? If you can have.
I know a couple people that are trying to help there. I know that the Amish has come here from Pennsylvania to try to help build them homes. It's devastating.
Yeah, like how do you get stuff in where you don't have roads?
Oh, I know, and I'm extremely impressed with those people that live. I mean, those mountain people are rebuilding their own freaking roads and shit. It's insane to watch in real time. It really is.
But like I said,
what did you want to ask about Dylan? Did you fall asleep? Did you take a little snoozy? She might be walking her puppy. I know there was something she wanted to ask you about it, and I don't want to be rude and her not get her question out tonight. No, I can't believe the amount of corruption that I never expected. So this all started for me by simply watching the documentary Everyone Accounts. And for whatever reason, that documentary always just stayed in the back of my mind.
What documentary was it?
It's called Everyone Counts. It's the corruption in Placer County.
Oh wow.
It's
about
a document
Placer County specifically.
Yes, and it is about and it's only a handful of some of these people, that some were literally just walking to go get a meal, and they would wind up being found on railroad tracks. And law enforcement would write their autopsies off as they committed suicide by falling asleep on railroad tracks, okay? There's numerous ones where homeless people, winds up that they weren't as homeless as they were saying. There was only one that was really homeless, and that was the life that he chose. He chose to leave a very good life to just live it out in what he called paradise. And he was another one that was just traveling to go get some supplies, some things. And people in their own backyard heard a tussle with what they thought was a law enforcement agent and this gentleman. And he wound up in the canal, deceased. There's numerous ones found in the canal.
I saw a thing that's I saw a thing that was
that's what everyone counts is. I mean, there's even women that they were doing this too, and instead of them investigating the deaths of these people, they were saying that, they did it to themselves. And then I started noticing cases that were just like, because you know how AI is, like how it learns your data and the things you watch. It was just recommending all of these things for me to watch. And I was even getting like Google suggestions and searches and stuff. So I had landed on, I think the next one was Michael Shane Younger, which is a gentleman. Have you followed the Ellen Greenberger case?
No.
That happened here in Pennsylvania, where they're stating this woman somehow stabbed herself in the back of the head and shit 20 sometimes. They claim she fell down a staircase and stabbed herself or some shit to death. Like, it's crazy. Michael Shane Younger is another one out of Placer County. When they found him, he had 18 stab wounds, 10 of which penetrated his rib cage with a turning motion, okay? They found what was ritualistic type stuff around candles. There were bite marks found, drag marks found on him, and they claimed this man somehow stabbed himself to death 18 times, 10 times penetrating through the rib cage. And then just out of the blue, Kiely Rodni had hit fucking national news, at least in my area. And then this Sammy Smith did this interview, and listening to this girl, I was like, oh shit. Yeah. And then when I found out it was going on in Truckee, I was like, how bad is this? There's like a really bad issue with like law enforcement. Something is definitely going on in this region. And the more I kept finding out and the more I kept hearing, and then Ara had told me about Dylan, I was like, what is going on in this region?
That's what Ara wanted to ask me about. She said something about to talk to you about the parties. So
yes, that's right. That's right.
So what it was, so and the connection with, like, you know, the similarities between what happened with my son and all of this. Okay, so in October 30th, so I think it was a Friday night, right? And then so what they're getting drunk. This
is a pre-Halloween party, y'all.
Well, yeah. So, and it's because it's Friday, and they're getting drunk in the parking lot in Granite Bay. They call it the Dutch Brothers parking lot. Okay. Do you know where Granite Bay is?
Crystal Bay. Yeah, I know all that area. I've been all over. I ain't even never really been there, but I've been looking. I've been traveling.
So if go, you need to go there. You need to go to Granite Bay. You absolutely positively.
I just really need to get to that region because there's just a lot of documenting I want to do.
It will make
some offices I want to stop at.
It will make things make so much more sense. Okay. So
it's got a very
when you drive it, you'll see it. You'll understand.
This has got some dark secret ass vibes up in the. Golden State and Silver State both have. I grew up in Las Vegas, Nevada, so I have an idea of how West Coast crime syndicate happened, how it, you know what I mean? Lake Mead's there. I know all about the mobster lifestyle. You know, I understand how Nevada and California were both established, you know.
So
whether it was pioneers,
where
colonizers,
where they were partying at, it was routine. They would every evening around 7 o'clock.
Tahoe goes hard.
The cars would start showing up at this parking lot and
at what time, honey?
Around 7 o'clock, starting around 7 o'clock. They'd start showing up, right?
Right.
And the reason I knew this is I had a friend
getting started.
I had a friend who worked at the Ace Hardware, because remember, this is COVID during shutdown, right? I had a friend who worked at the Ace Hardware.
So 2020, 2019, 2020?
2020. And I'd watch these cars because I didn't remember saying, I was like, dude, this is like the rich people's version of a Walmart parking lot in a small town. Because they're just pulling in. They got these new vehicles, these great sound systems. They're sitting there with their doors open. The music's cranking. They're drinking. They're going from car to car to car. It's a tailgate party. And meanwhile, there's a restaurant there. So there's a restaurant, a little Italian restaurant on the corner that had an outside sitting area. You also have the post office there. You have Bank of America there. And across the street, just right around the corner, you have Wells Fargo. So there are cameras every fucking where.
Wow, yeah, there are.
Not only that, this little parking lot is right there at the entrance. If you go down Douglas Boulevard, because it's Douglas Boulevard and Auburn Folsom Boulevard. If you go down Douglas Boulevard, that takes you right into Folsom Lake. Wow. So you have the campgrounds and stuff, right? So he parties it up there. So they all leave there. Everybody knows that they're partying there and having a tailgate party. They leave there, right? His girlfriend, Nicholas Baker's girlfriend, was working at the Dutch Brothers. He was waiting for her to get off work. He's following her. He could have left his car, right? He could have ridden with her or whatever, right? So he's following her down up Auburn Folsom Boulevard. They're going to Auburn. She says she no longer sees him in her rearview mirror. So she FaceTimes him. And there's been an accident. Okay. So there's cars driving behind my son. And this is 11 o'clock at night. Okay. There's houses on the road right there. It's a straight.
She'll be back, yo.
It's like 3 miles from my house, right? And it's between my house and my barn where my son got killed. And there's also, it's like an eighth of a mile from a fire department. And he suddenly just goes straight into my son, because we have eyewitnesses to this. Okay. That he just all of a sudden out of nowhere just kind of turns straight on into my son. And the cops had asked Nicholas Baker, was he distracted driving or anything? No, my phone is dead. Now think about that. If his phone was dead, how did his girlfriend FaceTime, right? So which makes me think, because it makes no sense. Why did he all of a sudden? Well, if his phone is dead, was he plugging his phone in? Was he looking at his phone? That something like, and so they should have plenty of information in terms of the black box on the car, because he was driving a 2016 Subaru. And then you have the phone. If he's FaceTiming, you're going to have you'll have the exact moment of everything, right? He also told the cops that because of the eyewitnesses saw him, so they can, that he appeared and inebriated, that he was slightly slurring his words. They said that and the cop said he could smell like a fruity beverage on him. It was margarita. It was like
Paisley Woodard.
He had a gallon of he had bought a gallon of margarita mix from the Rayleighs.
So he was drinking.
He also had Angry Orchards in his car, and he also had a prescription for painkillers because he had for his teeth. So
holy shit.
Okay, now realize too, when there is a fatality, which they basically are going to wait to declare my son dead once they get him to the hospital. Right? My son's car is on fire. They took Nicholas Baker to Sutter Roseville Hospital also. And realize this, I have a client who works the trauma unit.
When did
at
they do
Sutter
a
Roseville.
blood alcohol test on him?
Exactly. Okay. So there would be one there at the scene, right? And that's the one that
you would think.
That's the one that they can argue that when lawyers try to discount something,
Because
that's
you're
the one they
saying
can argue.
CHP was first to arrive on scene, and you had a fire
Yes.
department right there an 8th mile down the road.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And but if usually, like, if an attorney's going to argue it, right, the one that they're going to argue on is going to be on, because you're doing this test on the side of the road, yada yada, right? And so that's how they get some of that evidence thrown out. But he was taken to, but he was taken to Sutter Roseville, right? So there should be multiple.
Yes.
There should be multiple. There should have been the one that was there at the accident, as well as the fact that there would have been blood pulled, no matter what, at Sutter Roseville. Okay.
Well, yeah, you're admitting somebody. Yes.
And then he goes to the jail, right? So then there should also be blood from the jail, right?
Well,
right. Yep.
3 different chances. There you go.
Yep. Okay, but then, so answer me this: where is this fucking blood panel? Where is Nicholas Baker's blood panel? Because they're like, well, he blew an 08, so he was barely drunk. And I was like, you're going to tell me barely drunk? I thought barely, buzz driving is drunk driving, barely drunk.
And then they blame Kiely Rodni's whole thing on her at .08, which is crazy to me, because that's decomposition for her.
And then it's, and not only that, it's like, okay, how can you say that's just the alcohol factor? What else was he on?
Man, these laws really have favoritism.
What about the painkillers? Imagine that combined. What else was he on? Was he smoking? Like, what all was he? And then, let alone, again, and when I said when I was talking to because the Doug Van Bremen was the DA at the time when it initially happened, but then he retired out, and Doug was on the up and up, and then all of a sudden there's like, every time I talked to a DA, a person who was handling that, it was a different person each time. And the lady, and I'd have to look it up who it was, when I said to her, because I was like, where's the blood panel? And they're like, well, they couldn't explain that to me. And they said that, I said, what about the black box? And they said they didn't have the time. And I said, well, what about his,
what?
And I said,
I
said, what about his phone records? And the look on her face, she looked so shocked that she couldn't even hide it. You could tell I totally caught her off guard that I'd had that piece of information. And then the district attorney, the private investigator, Luke Griffin is his name. He kind of laughed and he says, well, she's done her homework. And the thing is, because it's in the accident report. And then she tried to think, well, he had it connected to the Bluetooth. So it's like, but so that you've got enough variables there. The reason why I'm Placer County.
And what are his parents' occupation? Nicholas's parents' occupations in that area?
I suspect that his dad is a cop. And because,
so we don't know. Okay, all right, okay. I
got
research to do. All right,
now we do.
Continue on, honey. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
He has his own business now, right? Where they do like the houses. Where they like if houses they flood or whatever, so you call in the insurance and you got to get the repair and all that stuff that's done. They also handle they also handle when you have a
like a surf pro.
Yeah, like say if you had somebody who commits suicide in your house or something like that, they also handle that too. So
biohazard, that's what Surf Pro does: water, mold damage, and biohazard cleanup. Okay, go ahead.
So now imagine that, right? People who are corrupt, and these people, and if you look them up,
there's so many patterns and so many same synchronicities between all these cases. It's crazy.
Look them up on.
I will.
On Yelp, and because when you look them up on Google.
Do you know first names of either of them?
The father. The father is Niall Baker. The mother is
Niall.
She goes by a lot of different names.
All them aliases.
Ray Rosario is one of the names.
What?
Marissa Baker. I forget. And she is the one who's the most protected. Her stuff is the most secret of everything. Because I created a hashtag right away. That was like, who killed Dylan Rowsey, who killed Dylan Rowsey, hashtag, who is Nicholas Manuel Baker. And then I put hashtag, who is Marissa Ray, right? because that's what she had as her
Mr.
Facebook
Ray,
page.
huh?
Because
Man.
REY, right?
Like, yep.
And when no sooner than I'm talking like within 8 hours, because before, if you did that, it would show up her pictures that she had, her Facebook stuff would show up within like 8 hours. By the next day, if you put that hashtag in, all that would show up was Chinese writing and these Chinese shoe things. Everything was Chinese.
Man, the patterns, I hate it, but I see them.
So,
oh, honey.
Yeah.
I appreciate you being here and chatting.
And I was told by techie people that is super, super, super expensive to have that done, to have it cleaned up. So I recently, not that long ago,
realty.
I ran her name again, and I finally did have something that showed up under one of the names that she uses, and I can't say that this is her, but the thing that showed up though showed the Marissa Ray that was a clerk for an immigration judge down in Southern California.
Dude. Sammy's parents do some shit like that too. That's crazy.
So then going back to the whole thing, right? Because they thought that they can threaten me.
I can't believe that they had 3 chances to do a talk screen, get some blood alcohol level, and they I just.
Oh, and remember too that that's what I was telling you too. Is like remember too that Nicholas Baker, he was staying with his dad, and then he suddenly disappeared and nobody knew. And the reason I found out that he wasn't where he was supposed to be was because his own car insurance company was trying to find him to get information. And when they couldn't find him,
he left town.
He left the county. Right?
Well, and why did he do that? Sammy did the same thing. That's crazy.
Don't know. Yep. And so when he did that, remember, he's supposed to have an ankle monitor on him. Supposedly he's got a probation officer, right? And all this shit like that, right?
Amy Morris's boyfriend did the same thing.
And the reason I know that he did that was because his car insurance couldn't find him. They had gone to his house to find, to the address that they had where he's supposed to be at his dad to find him and couldn't find him. And I already had a civil attorney lined up because I was told by everybody, you need to do this right now, immediately. You do this immediately.
It's always suspicious when they leave town.
And then, so his car insurance contacted the car insurance people contacted my civil attorney to try to find out where Nicholas Baker was.
What?
And then that attorney ended up going into the courthouse trying to find out, and that's what got it stirred up. Then it was said he was at his mother's house. Well, get this, it gets even more than this, because then I had another friend, law enforcement family.
You would think that the insurance company would be like, well, what's going on here?
Oh, exactly, right. So he went to Sacramento County, right? So we get this. During that time, so I have a friend who's another law enforcement friend, right? Who went to like Mexico or somewhere, right, south of the border for a vacation. She says, you'll never believe who was there. It's like, it's a small world. She's like, I'm looking at this guy and he's a big guy. And she's like, I could tell he's law enforcement or whatever. They get to talking. They're talking about horses, yada, yada. And they don't know each other. Right. But then they mention something about an accident or whatever. Somehow it gets to that. And lo and behold, I don't even think they knew about the accident.
I am so glad I don't live in California, man.
These people were related to Nicholas Baker, and they had no clue that Nicholas Baker had killed my son and was on probation, because they were like, no, like he was supposed to come over for a cookout, but then he didn't come over for a cookout because he had been partying. He was supposed to come over to their place while he was staying at his mom's. Wow. That person that my friend described would have been Danny Sisson. The way that she described this guy.
Why are they so soft on crime in California? I don't understand.
Because,
and they wonder why they have a.
Right. So hear me out on this, okay? So who I think, sorry, I can't even say it was Danny Sisson. So you had that bit of information. Then you had so one of the people who tried to intimidate me, like at the sentencing, was this huge guy. He's like 6'4", built like a linebacker, just a huge guy, and Danny Sisson is his name. That's where he's related to. Like, this is all the Baker, Linda Warren, and all of them. He's a part of that, right? He was the one who spoke at the sentencing and said that, well, he's he says, I'm retired law enforcement, and it's like, and I have to use my own discretion about who to let off. Sometimes good people just make mistakes, and that basically saying that Nicholas Baker should be let off, right?
I hate
But
that.
meanwhile, he was raised by law enforcement and knows better, so he should be held to a higher standard, right? Plus, he's a Marine, held to a higher standard, right?
Exactly. That, like, you would think that, you know what I mean?
Get this. Here, I think was it last year? Because every now and again, I'll go in, or I'll have friends who'll go in, and we'll go in and look on all these people, right? Because Linda Warren's going to want to keep her stuff public because she has her nonprofit organization. So I look at her, and it's like she's talking about how awful it is that at least Danny died doing what he loved. I was like, what the hell's going on here, right?
What the fuck?
Yep. So you need to look up. Okay, so I look it up, and I'm trying to find out.
Oh, I got pages of little notes already.
Danny Sisson Jr. Sisson Jr. Okay, you're not going to find anything about him. You're going to need to look up his wife. And right now, like my head's kind of going through so many things. I'll have to give you.
It's okay, honey. It's okay. It's
so,
okay.
What it says is the driver. He was the driver of the. They don't give his name. There's a driver of a one person.
I noticed that they do that in news articles. They kind of hush cases by not releasing names.
They choose, and that right there is your red flag. That's how you know. And the name that they're omitting.
That's what makes me pay attention.
So they don't give his name. So they said that he was driving a Polaris. The Polaris.
That's a SAC B, right?
No, this wasn't in the SAC B. This I had to dig for. I had to dig for, and this would be up.
So if I can't find it on the Google, try the archives. Yes,
I'd have to look. Damn. Are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I'd have to look at. So anyway, they talk about his Stacy Sisson. If you look up Stacy Sisson fatality, I'm trying to remember what the area that it was in. Basically, they got broadsided. The driver of the car of the Polaris got ejected and was dead at the scene. That dead at the scene was Danny Sisson. Wow. His wife, critical condition. Stacy, because that's what Linda was saying. Please pray for her. She's in critical condition, and it's like alcohol, suspected to be.
It's just insane to me
that
there's no accountability.
Yep, and they give the name,
the accountability.
They give the name of the driver of the truck, right? But the thing is, where's the arrest? There's no arrest in that, which makes me think, okay, then who was the one who was drinking?
Yeah, these are soft laws. Very, very, very soft laws.
And then meanwhile, that family's sitting there putting up.
And the thing of it is even with their soft laws, you would think with these soft laws, along would come this transparency that they speak so much of, but don't enact. You know what I mean? Don't follow up with.
They're not transparent when it comes to themselves. Okay, so remember, because of my California dad being law enforcement, that was why I wanted to. Instantly, I knew that Nicholas Baker had to come from a law enforcement family. Affluent or law enforcement family, but I leaned more towards law enforcement because there was nothing there. And so anybody who's with law enforcement, like the family members and everything like that, you call in their tags, you got nothing. I know this because of all of my friends who have like a law enforcement husband or whatever. There's nothing. If you call in the plates, you got nothing.
Wow.
Or else the other thing they'll do, of course, is you always make sure that you have right beside your driver's license, the family member's law enforcement card, their little.
I even noticed on things like the Brady list that they have with like law enforcement that has done wrong. They don't list like what they've done. It's just their names there and that's it. You don't need to know the rest of the story.
Yeah.
It's insane how much information they withhold.
Yeah, and why do they just get let go of instead of why weren't they charged?
That's insane.
Oh well, and then meanwhile they can be a cop again somewhere else, So
it's like it happens so often that they just became lenient on it because it's just another one.
I think it's
let's sweep it under the rug.
With the corrupt ones, it's like a gang because they have access to everything. They have access to all. So imagine like that. They came to my house to threaten me, right? And to try to intimidate me. Now, remember that there were eyewitnesses to to Nicholas Baker killing my son. Did they go to the, and I looked up the eyewitnesses, and they were like young. So did they go to these 20-year-olds? I think they were 20-something-year-olds. And did they say to them that, hey, we could say the same thing that they said to me. We can get dirt on anybody. We can find enough dirt on somebody to build some sort of case on them, to have them
I have
put
people
away.
try to find dirt on me, and there's none.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, everything I've done, I was like 13, 14
and the thing that's stupid,
I got
for
the
them,
stupid streak out of me real early.
What's stupid for them is like, you dumb fucking shits, you fucking killed.
Well,
I'm
and the
raised.
thing, these
I'm
people
raised.
that are hiding dirt they have the most.
Yeah, and then here's the thing too. It's like okay, I've been raised my whole entire life, from my very first breath, to stand against corruption, to be willing to die for corruption, to be willing to have my family members die for corruption, and that and to do what, to always,
especially when it's within a system that takes an oath to protect and serve you.
Yeah. And so then it's like, then you're going to kill my son. That's the last
military,
of my family
law
line.
Enforcement, your government, all of it.
The last of all I had was my son. Like, I don't. There isn't family. They're my parents and my brother. That's it. That's my family, right? And so it's like,
I couldn't imagine.
So they've taken away.
I watched my parents deal with it twice, and I can't imagine what you go through.
They've taken away everything from me, and they think that they can intimidate me. Like, what, you're gonna throw me in jail? And
now we're gonna keep saying his name. We're gonna include him in some of these Senate bills that I want to present. I'll keep saying his name.
And it's funny because, like, now that I'm out here in DC, right? Now in DC, you have all of these, people who have high security clearance, like CIA people, and like all of the, because it's this national security stuff here. And so I tell them, they know the story because they go to find out who my name is when I'm talking about doing horses, right? And I put down my full name, so if they go to look up my name, they're gonna find. And
nobody in that region has shown interest in.
No, they have, and they're like, they absolutely,
because honestly, honey, there's so many cases, there's so many names that I can give you that can add to their cases so they can battle this corruption that's going on in California.
Because here's the other thing too,
so many of them, honey.
I have friends who are FBI, and like they came to me, and I told them what happened, and because they told me that, because I said,
it seems like it never moves, huh?
No. I'm not saying that, because I don't know, because maybe what they're doing is their own internal investigation, because
that's what I think's happening, because I've given a lot of information to pass along,
because when I told this individual, I said that about what he had said, and I said that he said that he worked for IT. And then I said, and when I asked him for specifics, all he would say, well, he's, what he could do is like, I can get dirt on anybody. I work, I do the IT stuff. Basically, he works for the feds. And she said to me, he wouldn't be allowed to do what he did, that would be illegal. So like, she's, and see, and the biggest thing is this, like, because the Baker family, they can try to make me out to be crazy, right? Because they played all these fucking head games with me and kept messing with me.
Clean. Yeah, that's fucked. Yeah. I'm sorry.
But here's the thing. I was established in that community where people knew me to have integrity. They knew that I sat there and I especially took care of the elderly, and I mentored the young. And I'm talking where I did all this stuff for free.
Miss Vapor,
can I ask terrible that they do this to their community members. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Can I ask
Go
you
ahead.
And I know I've asked you this before, but kind of like just you and me when we're talking. But what do you think? Why do you think that Truckee and that community went to the lengths that they did to cover up something so small like Kiely going into the water and it being an accident? Because I think at the very beginning, you knew immediately, because I saw all your comments on the Facebook threads on the Placer County Sheriff. When Kiely went missing, Vapor was actually very active on all those threads.
Yeah, can you imagine? Like, here
Vapor
it is.
I want people to know that even though you were dealing with your own loss, you were still active in another missing case because you were just so frustrated with how.
Well, can you imagine?
Like, I'm gonna go potty. I'll be right back.
I had just, because the sentencing didn't wrap up for Nicholas Baker till November of 2021, and then that meant I had to wait till spring to move, because I'm going to leave Placer County, right? And I moved back to I ended up going to North Carolina, and so I'm in North Carolina. And can you imagine Okay, because this is like, so I'm only in North Carolina for months, and then I turn on like national news and I see Placer County law enforcement all standing there. Some of them were like, certain individuals were people that were my friends. We were within my friend circle.
Really?
Who were law enforcement and then to sit there and, like I said, remember, I wanted to work with Placer County, so I understood what the search and rescue protocols were, what it is when they go looking for a missing person. You don't just send they won't. You have to be certified in the search and rescue stuff, or in those things, to be allowed to go out and search for, because otherwise, one, you can be put at risk. Or then you look at that scenario, you're contaminating a crime scene. They were the ones who said that they thought she was kidnapped. Put that out right away, right from the get-go. Right. And everybody, and even the people of the community were like, that doesn't make any sense. You'll probably look for her car in the ravines. She's probably, they're thinking that she'd driven off.
But what was it about that case that made you just like have to do something about it? Because you were dealing
because of how they were handling it. Because how they were handling it didn't make any fucking sense.
They had the location of the last ping. They knew exactly where to look.
And here's the thing for me. It didn't make sense is that you don't sit there and say you're instantly, because knowing the area, like, okay, instantly their first place that their mind, she's possibly kidnapped instantly, instead of being like, okay, there's a party that, just like all of our minds, the first place
she ran away, she was kidnapped, but you were all at a party.
Yeah, the first place where everybody else's mind, everybody, because you can see it in the community threads, was she probably drove her car off the road. Yeah, she drove her car off. That she probably went off a ravine. She went off the side of a hill.
The only reason why I found Vapor, or like she found me, because I saw her in threads, literally saying the same thing in every thread, in every Facebook thread and YouTube thread.
I knew so many locals saying the same exact thing, shouting it from the rooftops.
Because I knew with Kiely Rodni's case, because here I was in North Carolina, that they had made nationwide news, and the reason why they made nationwide news was because of them making it so publicly. You need to search for Kiely. She's probably and they're sending people out to look in every other direction. They're asking all of the public to come look for things. Right? They never sealed. They never closed off they never sealed the crime scene. And they had everything trampled, and that's the reason why I knew something is fucking up, because I know with how they're supposed to do things. Because here I am as a horse person. If I wanted to do search and rescue, somebody's missing. Okay, I've got horses. We can try.
You shut that whole area down immediately.
Yep, I'm not even. You can't go unless you've been taught to do it.
You don't wait till August 9th.
Yeah, they have people who are so anyway Yeah, it was because of how they handled that case that I knew instantly.
Like that triggered you.
Yeah, this is bullshit. And then remember too, the partying, because all of the partying, right? The same thing. Because remember, so after my son was killed in 2020, Halloween of 2020, right?
Right.
Then 2021, they had a big party that was in Newcastle, and the streets were so, like, all of Granite Bay had about, like, I think they said like 300 to 600 kids that were underage drinkers and partiers were all over the street, and the cops couldn't handle it. And then in Newcastle, there was a party that was completely out of control, and they were going everywhere, and they were destroying people's property. They killed somebody's livestock. I think it was like a llama or something like that. And then, and I'd said to the people, I was like, and because they're talking in the community groups, like, well, kids will be kids. Why are people making a big deal out of this? I said, you say that now.
There was a lot of people who are saying these teens are out of control.
Yep, and but then you can tell who the privileged people were, because they're like, doesn't matter. Kids will be kids. And I said until they kill somebody. And my son was killed by somebody coming from one of these parties. Like, oh, you need to stop crying about, like, they mocked me. I screenshotted everything, right? So they're mocking me over it. And then I said, so I say to them at that point, I said, you guys will say all the shit. I said, but mark my words. I said, it's your responsibility as the adults to hold them accountable so that they don't hurt themselves. I said, but you mark my words. I said, one of them's going to die who matters. And then you're all going to sing a different song. And so imagine, not even a year later, because that was October 31st of 2021, not even a year later, we have the Kiely Rodni with the parties and all of that stuff. Everything.
I asked, do they have Rock'em Sock'em fights, little fight clubs?
I had not heard of
little friendly brawls. It got really quiet.
It did. I feel bad for
Oh,
interrupting.
here we go. Sorry. It's my
It's okay,
screen. They I'm not sure about that fight stuff like that. To me seemed weird, but these kids are like so freaking out of control that I've got
Dude,
screenshots of
they
everything.
steal big 76 balls from gas stations, and as pranks they roll them down with shopping carts to the fucking high school. They play pranks on their freaking teachers, like lock them in the freaking school and shit. Like,
yeah,
these kids do some crazy shit in this area.
My son went to
crazy shit, dude.
My son went to Granite Bay High School for a little bit. So if you look into Granite Bay High School and you look into Rio Americano, and it's like Beverly Hills 90210, and that's because I lived in Roseville in apartments at the Roseville Granite Bay, like where it meets.
Yeah, so like Granite Bay, Incline Village, all that area is super richy.
And so he went to Granite Bay High School, and he told me, and this is after us living in like the ghetto area, he had told me that because we lived in Carmichael where it was really poor, he went to Mira Loma, which was like complete, like just 3 miles. Mira Loma is like 3 miles from Rio Americano.
Yeah, I know a lot of agents that have graduated from that high school. That's crazy.
And so anyway, so my son had told me, he says the drug problem at Granite Bay High School, like things there were far, far worse than what you would see at the schools in the ghettos, you know, and then the poor areas, because those people don't have money, right? And they're doing things to try to get by, and they actually have true struggles and things like that.
Yeah.
He says, but these kids, he says, you know, they're driving around in these like, you know, Porsches and all these fancy cars. Their parents are doctors and stuff like that who are giving them prescriptions to get the drugs, to make the deals. Like they're big time drug dealers. They're making the money that way. And that
Beverly Hills.
And then their parents are attorneys and yada yada. And so they just, you know, it makes me think of that movie.
Yep, they sure are.
It makes me think of that movie, which it's been a long time since I've seen it, but certain parts of it, the Less Than Zero with Robert Downey Jr. from way back when.
That's the 80s.
Yeah.
Dang, girl, you take me to my childhood.
But in terms of like the decadence is unbelievable. And if you want to understand the decadence, go back and look at videos for 2020, YouTube videos of like the parties that were taking place in Granite Bay. Like somebody bought Eddie Murphy's mansion in the Granite Bay in Los Lagos, LOSLAGOS.
Why does that sound familiar?
It's a gated community.
I know.
It's a gated community.
Lagos.
It's a gated community at Folsom Lake in Granite Bay.
Another gated community.
And they had this huge party, so it was like the Great Gatsby. Like these people
really
were showing up.
You're painting a good picture for me, because knowing like the casino life and the mobster life and the rich and famous life and like these yacht party lives, like you're really helping paint a picture for me.
That's like, and so one of Dylan's friends lives in Arizona, and she told me, she says, you got to look into the case, look up the Gilbert Goons.
It's like they're all part of a club, you know?
Yeah. So there's like, have you heard about the murder that took place in Gilbert, Arizona, where they killed the teenager? Look up like the Gilbert Goons. He was a high school student, and they killed him, and it was covered up, and it was a similar type of thing. Huge party, yada yada.
There's a lot of cases that go on like that. Huge party, kid goes missing, nobody wants to talk about it. Find out some years later that it wound up being the group of kids.
Yep, covered up.
Yep.
The whole town, from what they're saying, is like it's been painted orange in support of getting this case looked into.
Ooh, it's that hush hush.
Yeah. And the thing is, you have to remember, like these big time money people, like, because a lot of people, like, you know, like they say, like,
Silicon Valley's right there. You got Tahoe right there. I mean,
exactly. So
that's money.
These people go, so the same circle, right? It's the same circle. Oftentimes, it's the same circle of people that are in California. They're in you know, Reno, you know, Tahoe,
white clothing,
Vegas, parties. Arizona, you know. It's
putting on the Ritz.
Yep. It's the Great Gatsby. Like literally It's like when I watched how everything played out, it's like it's literally The Great Gatsby, that it was like Nicholas Baker and his fucking girlfriend get away with it. Granted, his girlfriend, I'm not saying that she's at fault, but she knows what happened. Mm-hmm. She knows exactly what happened.
Guilty knowledge.
She's still with him, and they act like nothing happened. All of them.
I don't understand how people can live their lives like that. Like their money and their position and their power, how they can just like it don't even matter. They probably, I wonder if they probably don't even think about it, honestly.
They don't.
They're so busy boozing and drugging and doing their thing that
they see us as less than. Linda Warren says
so
to
terrible.
me.
That's
Linda
so terrible.
Warren says to me at the sentencing, "Oh, like
it's like politics."
She tells me, you know, "Oh, I've been through it. You'll get over it."
Wow.
It's like this wasn't an accident. This was gross negligence. He knew exactly what he was doing. Your grandson, whatever the hell he is to you, like he killed mine. Your son, her son's like he died in a plane crash.
And law enforcement and people with status should not condone this, you know?
No, exactly. It should be a higher standard. And then the whole thing is absolutely. Too, he should have gotten in more trouble with the military justice system, because he would have gone through that too, but because he was a reservist. Meanwhile, the reason why he didn't show up to court any of those times was because his attorney had said, "Oh, well, you know, my client is employed by the United States military." You know where he was when I was in court? He was working for his daddy. And remember too that my father retired as a sergeant major.
I hate this for you, honey. I absolutely hate this for you.
The Marines are given a card to carry. This is what I found out. They're given a card to carry in their wallet, that if they are under the influence at any point,
like
all they have to do is call.
Card?
It gets them a ride.
Wow.
They're guaranteed.
I mean, that's good, but that's concerning.
Yeah. Well, no. What it tells me is that he didn't even. He didn't
even bother to use it.
Yeah. And not only that, his sister's boyfriend or whatever.
Like he could have gone with his girlfriend. The military could have come and helped him out just to make sure he didn't fuck his life up. And like the way that
I don't put any of this on the military, other than I wish they should have hammered him. But then, like, the reason why he's not getting hammered is that he was a reservist.
It's because he was, yep.
And so his sister and her boyfriend, who I've got his name too. His house was like a mile from there. His sister, the very next day, posted on her Facebook page, partying, which it looked to me like they were at Folsom Lake. The best time ever with the best people. Every single picture you see of his sister, she's drinking. She drinks as if like that's a sport, like it's a hobby. And all of her pictures.
They drink to forget is what it's almost like, you know?
I don't even think they care. It's just gluttony.
I don't think they think.
Yeah.
I think it's their way of life, and it's sad. It's terrible. It's exactly passed on generation to generation.
Yep. It's exactly like The Great Gatsby, where it's the decadence. They think they can do whatever they want, and none of us matter because we're just peons.
And what's sad is that's all over America. It's happening everywhere, globally, even, you know. It's like a great pyramid, and we're at the bottom, but I'm sorry, I'm still going to keep doing what I can to fight
it's kind of like
these injustices.
It's like
I have a voice. I'm going to use it.
It's like the Luigi guy, you know, like all of
that's insane, dude.
That pulls things together in terms of like the only way they'll care is if they have consequences, because nobody gives them consequences, you know. In terms
there needs to be consequences. It's just that whole thing just feels.
Yeah, like what
more than what it needs to be. You know what I mean?
There's something else there, and
there's definitely something else there.
Yeah,
and I'm just watching and waiting and taking it in, making observations, taking notes, and waiting until the next day of the new.
but you look at how they talk out of both sides of their mouth, right? When they're telling us like violence is never the answer, but meanwhile they're telling us violence is ever.
How they double.
But meanwhile they'll send us to war, right? And it's okay for cops to shoot people and all this stuff like that. But then violence never the answer when we're saying what do we do to stop the oppression? And then why is it that a corporation is just people? It's people, and it's not
the only violence I believe in is shooting them drones out of the sky over the ocean. That's it. That's all. I don't believe in hurting other people. I do believe when it comes to the justice system, an eye for an eye, and I think that our judicial system it's failing. It's like there's so many tiers to the justice system that like so many people are able to slip through it.
Well, here's what it is the wealthy people don't do time. They just get fines. Well, they don't care about fines because what sounds like a lot of money to us is toilet paper to them.
Exactly. These rich people that can afford to be pulled over. And I mean, that's chump change to them. These lawsuits they go through, it's chump change to them. It's nothing.
And even if they were to get pulled over, they're not going to do anything because the cop knows that, look, they've got a judge or whatever. They got all these people in their pockets. Like, what are you going to do? Nothing. Just like we all watched O.J. Simpson get followed by a bunch of cops and nobody did anything. And we all know that he got away with murder. But, it's like that's, when you have money, then it's, you can do whatever you want when you have money.
It seems that way. It really does seem that way.
Yeah.
I hate to cut this short on you. It's like 6 hours past my bedtime.
Nope. I totally get it. Yeah, I need to get
anytime that you see me live on my channel and you want to come up and you want to talk about Dylan, you want to talk about Kiely, you want to talk about any of this corruption, any of these injustices that's going on.
It's so funny because
system or the American system. I'm always down for conversations like this.
It was another scenario where I accidentally just stumbled upon. It's like, wow, okay, well, there you go. So
it's just there's a lot of corruption going on in America, specific cities and towns and states. And if we can bring more light to it, and I really hope to get some type of justice, some type of change in our system to where the system in California is the one that I have the biggest problem with. It seems like
I want to see prison time. I want to see prison. It should not only be poor people in prison. The wealthy should be in prison.
You. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I stand with that.
Because I agree too. Because I've had people who have asked me, do you want revenge? I was like, no. It's like I don't want revenge. I want justice. And justice to me is them having prison time.
There's a reason why we have a justice system, and the justice system right now is failing so many victims.
Yeah.
And it's like I don't even know what you would call it, a witch hunt for other people. They'll go on witch hunts after, they'll target people.
Yeah, they'll
and then the people
all
with
the
money get off scot-free. Yeah, yes, absolutely. All right, honey, I'm gonna hop off of here. I will be live tomorrow. If you want to come up and chat, you are more than welcome to.
All right, I will. I'll chat.
Thank you for being here.
All right, bye.
Have a great night. Thank you guys for being here. Tonight was a lovely night. I appreciate that Dylan's mom was up here on panel. Thank you, Miss R, for hopping up here. We will go live again tomorrow night. I need to get to some sleep. I love y'all. God bless. Justice for Kiely. Justice for Dylan.